Yes, good evening. Welcome to the Spurs review. We will be joined by Mikhail shortly. For the moment, look who I've got. I've got Lubo and Johnny, which means we've got a full 90 minutes to 2 hours of talking about the Spurs youth team. Oh, no, sorry, that's just our WhatsApp groups. Big up, gentlemen. How are we both doing? Everyone well?
Oh, good. Listen, buzzing after, look, 2 in a row.
Yes.
It's where do we go from here? I think we're only 17 points off of top. How many points are we off top four, Lubo?
I can tell you.
About 13, I think. 13
No. That's seven.
About 14, I think.
We're 14 points off the top four.
Okay.
14.
There you go. It's still on.
It's still on.
We're going for the top four. Only 7 points off the top 10. Let that sink in. That's how tight it is up there. Look, guys. Today we're going to try and rattle through a few things, the topics we've got, just to let everybody know, and we're going to do them in this order. We're first of all going to be talking about today's game and the different tactics. We're going to have a look at that. Then we're going to talk about Djed Spence. Has he been mismanaged? Is he proving a few people wrong, including Angepostecoglou? Going to talk about this guy, Danso. He signed for Tottenham. We'll talk a little bit about these three that have all rejected Tottenham in the space of 48 hours. Is that good? Did we not want them? Is it a bad sign for Spurs and the project? And the last thing, Liverpool away. So let's start, guys. More than anything, a really important win today. Forget Ange in, forget Ange out, forget Levy in, Levy out, all of that stuff in the background. We had to win today, guys. It had been 49 days since we won a Premier League game. We've won one of our last, we hadn't won in 7. This was so important, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 10, that's our 10th win in the last 9 months. I mean, I'm ecstatic, absolutely ecstatic. Listen, look, I think if you're honest, unless your head's somewhere else in another planet, majority of Spurs fans went in there with hope in their hearts, but in reality expected us to lose. I said a draw more out of hope than actual thought that it would happen. And it was a surprise. It was a surprise in every shape, way, or form. We changed our formation, our setup. We didn't invert. Porro and Djed Spence didn't roam forward constantly, leaving great big gaps at the back. And we dealt with everything they threw at us. And boy, did they throw shit at us. I mean, I think I lost count after 35 crosses. I'm not sure where the final number was, but
it was a lot.
Listen, after all that we've suffered over the last few weeks, there was a lot to smile about at the end of that game. There really was. Hiya, how you doing, Mikhail? And I think we got to grab every positive we can at the moment because that's what we need. That's what we need. I'll let the others go in here, but lots of positives. And I'd just like to say, it's funny, Sav. The same injuries, same players, different tactics. Hello.
We're gonna get to that. Don't worry. I mean, Lubo, I'll come to you. Evening to Mikhail, who's just arrived. Everyone in the chat, good evening to you. Smash the like button. Play nice in the chat, please. I'm not here to parent you, but play nice. Lubo, Johnny hits on a really important note there that we've heard for months, that injuries, we can't do. What can Ange do? Injuries, we can't do anything else. Today kind of showed that all of that is not true, doesn't it?
Yes, but I think there's one important player we haven't mentioned after the match earlier that made a big difference, and it was a proper midfield performance today that came from Bentancur. Thought he was superb. I thought he was absolutely superb. He was there at the right time. His control, the way he got away from players, just nicking balls away, setting the play in motion when we were going forwards. Thought was important. Thought he had a very good game.
Okay, interesting. I thought he was. I said during my commentary that I thought that Bentancur for me sums up. He's the same as Kulu for me. He's the same as Son. For everything good they do, they follow it up with something terrible. Bentancur today made some brilliant tackles and then gave the ball away immediately. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. But do you get my point, Lubo? That again, the players that are missing have been missing for the last however many games. But this is the game where we didn't invert the fullbacks. We had two people sitting in front of the back four and we countered. And suddenly we looked like a unit. Suddenly we actually looked like a well-organised team rather than a gung-ho, wide-open team.
The other thing is, can I just add there, unless I'm not mistaken, they had cross after cross after cross. We did not have control of the midfield at all. Damsgaard and Norgard had total control of the ball and was spraying the ball left and right, hence the reason why we got countless amount of crosses in.
When did they get them, Johnny? They might have had 30 crosses. How many of them got on the end of them?
No, my point is, if you have control of the midfield, then they're not allowed, they're not getting 35 crosses in. If you do that against Liverpool and you allow them 35 crosses, you're going to get buried. You have to win the ball, more balls in the middle of the park.
They weren't coming through the middle. They were going down the wings every time. They weren't coming through. They weren't coming through the middle at all.
But that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Damsgaard, everything went through him in the middle of the park, and then he sprayed it out wide.
From deep.
Yeah, in midfield, right?
You didn't get players just running at the back four today. Everything went down in Buemo and the boy on the left. Everything.
Potter.
I agree, but I do agree with Johnny that I wouldn't say at any point we had control of the midfield. Listen, I'm not saying Bentancur played badly.
I thought he had a very good day.
I thought him and Basuma worked very hard, did a lot of good stuff. Yeah. But I wouldn't say at any point we controlled. I think that's the least thing we did today.
No. I thought they played well. Listen, this was a gritty defensive performance.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, the possession was split 50-50, wasn't it? Pretty much.
Yeah, I think a lot of that. Do you know what I'd love to see, gentlemen? I'd love to see at the end of every game how many passes Spurs have between the goalkeeper and the two centre-halves of our team. It feels like it's there forever. Do you know what I mean? It feels like Gray to Davis, to Gray, to Davis. And it's like, oh, come on, surely we can. But Mikhail, let me bring you in here. It was, and I can't knock it today, Mikhail, in terms of I've wanted to see Spurs have a gritty defensive performance, but it goes to show you can do it if you set the team up to do it. So why haven't we done this before, and how good do you think we were today from a defensive standpoint?
Yeah, I think it was a really solid performance defensive-wise, right? I'm not going to lie, I was scared at times, right? I don't think it was like an Arsenal defensive performance, right? Let's be honest, they are one of the best defenses in the league, right? Or in Europe even, right? But I'm not expecting us to perform like that with the players that we had on the pitch, right? Nevertheless, I still think that Brentford is actually quite a solid offensive team. They scored a lot of goals this season. And to keep them at bay at their own ground and keep a clean sheet, I love clean sheets, guys. I think a clean sheet is the best measure of how good of a team you are, right? If you can stop the opposition team from scoring goals, that means you are doing something really well. And I think we did that today, right? And I don't mind this sort of performance, right? I've said it plenty of times that I feel like there is no point in getting your message through and establishing your style of play when you have half the team missing and you are losing constantly, right? It doesn't breed confidence. It doesn't, fill players with sense of purpose, right? If you just keep losing, it means that you basically lose the confidence of the players, right? And they lose faith in you as a manager. So I am completely fine with a performance like that. And especially given the context that we have, right, which is we were 16th before this game started, right? And if we lost today, it's getting closer and closer to that relegation zone, right? So I am happy that we got away from it a bit, right? Just a bit. I know that Wolves and Everton won, but we put a bigger gap between us and and the 3 promoted teams, right?
Yeah, as I've said for the last 3-4 weeks, I've never seen any way in which we get relegated purely because the bottom 3 are really poor. Like I know people have said, "Oh, well, we're only 3 wins above them." I can't see them doing whatever we do plus 3. I just can't see it. But Johnny, let me come. Listen, actually, let's go for a free for all because I don't like going round.
Sorry, can I just add one thing, Savva?
Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to say that the one thing we have complained about actually is finishing, quality of finishing. We only had 2 shots on target today, 2 goals, only 5. But if we're going to get a chance against Liverpool, which we will get, we have to be absolutely clinical. We have to take. I mean, bearing in mind we don't have to win; we only have to draw. If we can somehow nick a goal, we are in the tie. We are in the tie. But I still think we have issues up front. I really, really do. There's no fluidity to much that we do up front today. I mean, did you think we really looked threatening? I mean, the goal was a nice goal, the second goal. But other than that, we hardly threatened them the entire game.
Go on, Lubo. I know you want to jump in. I can see it. Go on. I know Lubo's mannerisms now. Go on. I can see it.
I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to think.
You tell me. I mean, the fact that
I'm trying to think of some attacks.
Huh?
I thought the first 20 minutes, I thought there were, we had the ball. We started off. We were motoring. There was, unfortunately, the ball that went across the box. I'm just trying to think how many attacks we actually had.
Really scratching hard, Lube. Listen. Yeah.
But then, how many saves did Kinski make?
Well, I think he was involved in a lot more goalmouth action. I think you'll find he was.
No, but how many saves? He dealt very well with a lot of crosses.
They had twice as many shots as us. I'm not sure how many they had on target. I shall have a look. Let's have a look.
It was 4, Johnny. I think
4 on target, 10 shots, 20 shots. Sorry, they had 20 shots
and 4 on target.
4 on target, which is appalling, right? You give Liverpool 20 shots.
Well, look, this is going to. We're going to get. I'll tell you what. Let's
sorry,
do it now,
sorry, I'm jumping.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, we're not. This isn't the TV.
They're all intertwined, don't they?
Let's get to that now, gentlemen. I mean, look, as I said, I'm really impressed with what I saw today from that defensive rear guard action. I thought it was a special mention as well. I think Djed Spence, we'll talk about him more in a minute, was superb. For me, I've said it for a while now. I get a lot of abuse for it. I think he's better than Udogie anyway. I don't think we miss Udogie in any way, shape, or form. I know people don't want to hear that, but I don't think we miss Udogie. I don't actually think he's a good defender, but that's me. But Gray and Davis again today, Gray, I thought a very mature performance today. I think in the first half, there were a couple of moments where he was caught on the ball a little bit, a bit lackadaisical. And then after that, I thought he really, really did settle down. I thought he was very good. Ben Davis was a monster in the air today, and I cannot believe I was ever going to use that sentence. I thought
that doesn't feel right to say that.
No, it doesn't feel right, does it? It doesn't sound right. But they dealt with everything that came in the box. But Johnny is right, guys. Right, like if it's going to be, what do you do against Liverpool? Because if you play that way against Liverpool and allow Salah, Diaz, Gakpo, Gravenberch, McAllister, Szoboszlai, if you allow those guys the amount of time we gave Damsgaard, Schade, it's going to be a different ball game. So does he go to Anfield and do we do what we did today, or do we go to Anfield and are we going to be a bit more wide open, which is also problematic? So it's
that's something that I wanted to jump on, right? Because we played an open game against Liverpool at our ground and got slapped 6 past, right? So it's really tough to judge which form of approach is the best, right? Because I agree that we shouldn't be allowing Liverpool all the ball in the world, right? And just allowing them to slowly break us down, because I think they have they have enough quality to hurt us, right? Although I think we will probably play a different center-back pairing against Liverpool, considering that Ange said today that they are preparing him for for Thursday, right? And I think maybe Danso won't play or start for us, right? But I think he might feature against Liverpool. Maybe I'm just spitballing here, right? But I still think that we really have to strike that balance of. I think we have to take on a more defensive approach than we did playing them at home in the league, right? But we also cannot allow them all the ball, right? We still have to be proactive where we find opportunities to do it, right? Like we did against them in the first leg of the semi-final, right? I think we were proactive enough in that game that even though Liverpool dominated the game and had more chances and all that stuff, right? And I know Liverpool weren't at their best in that first leg, right? But I still think we were proactive enough where we actually tried to stop what they were doing. We didn't just allow them to break us down, right? Because I think if we completely fall into a defensive shape of a 4-4-2 and just try to defend for our lives, I think they will break us down, right? They have enough quality to do so.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's up to you guys. I think we need to strike a balance between those two approaches because I don't think going far to either end is a good choice.
Mikel, do you think, I was just going to say, for me, when you watch Arsenal today against Man City, the press was absolutely relentless. They never gave them a chance to breathe. And I personally think if we're going to play the same position like we did, the only difference is we have to press from that position, constantly press from that position if we're going to play that and try and catch them on the counter. If we stand off them like we did Brentford today, we will get butchered. But if we start in that position and we don't invert and we stay solid and press from that position, I think we got a lot more chance. But if you cannot stand off Liverpool, and you can't play gung-ho. So I think the balance for me is not to invert and to press hard. Because everything, listen, I don't care about the league, right? Everything right now is on this one game. I don't care if you come off and you can't stand up. You got to give your all for this game. Yeah. There is nothing more important in our season right now than the game ahead on Thursday. Therefore, do or die. The dare is to do. And Thursdays, you got to do it. Stand back. Let them come to us because they have to come to us because we only need a draw. Press hard and hope to catch them on the counter. I think that's our best hope.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, guys? Because, no one wants to go to Anfield anyway, ever. Going to Anfield is shit, not for Spurs. I've seen Real Madrid teams and Barcelona teams that they don't mind hosting them at the Bernabeu and the Camp Nou. I don't want to go to Anfield there's something about evening games there under the lights. And I was there a few weeks back. I did the stadium tour and it's got a feeling. When you go in there, it's just got that feeling and it's steeped in history. And Liverpool are going to be fired up. First of all, they feel aggrieved. They feel aggrieved from the whole Bergvall, shouldn't have been on the pitch type thing. And they are only 1-0 down. Now, this is one of those games where, for me, you've just got to make sure they don't get a goal early. If Liverpool get a goal early, it'll be like the 1-goal lead never existed. Do you know what I mean? If they come out first 10 minutes, goal, it's now, right, that goal meant nothing. So, I don't know. I think you're right. It's going to be a balance. Johnny, I think it's going to be an absolute balance between the two. But what I do know is we cannot allow that many crosses today that we had today. We can't. Our defenders were brilliant today at it, but this is the next level up, right? And look, whilst we're on the Liverpool subject, let's ask. We talked about it in the WhatsApp group just now. What does he do in terms of the defense? What does he do? The rest of the team, I think, pretty much picks itself, if we're going to be honest. But what does he do? You've got Danso, who's just come in. You've got Van de Ven, who isn't injured but was rested today, knowing that we've got Liverpool on Thursday.
He hasn't got 90, has he? He hasn't got 90, has he? There's no way he's got 90 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. But my point is, we've just seen a really good defensive display, arguably our best defensive display of the season. Do you maintain with Graham Davis? Do you put Danso and Van de Ven in? Is it a mixture of the two? Guys, discuss. What do we do?
The difficult thing for me, it's a good question.
Thank you.
Because do you say you've got a centre back, a natural centre half who's coming in, but has no idea about the pace of English football?
Sure.
So I presume Andrew will have a look at him in training next couple of days, and look at it and think, do I actually put him in? Because if he goes in and he's out of his depth, just the pure pace of it, and it's not like he's playing a lower position team. You know, is Liverpool walking the league at the moment? You know, they've got 56 out of 69 points so far. They're actually pissing it. And does he throw him into the Lions Den? You know, with 2 or 3 days training with his teammates. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a recovery day anyway, so they're not going to be training. So he'll get 1.5 days of training, and then throw him into a semi-final. Or does he have him on the bench and say, do you know what, Mickey will last maybe 45, 60 tops. I'll play him then. I'll bring him on then. I don't know.
I think you survived the first half. I mean, for me, look, Danso is quick, but Danso is slow in his first 5 yards, first 10 yards, right? His acceleration is not impressive. He's definitely going to need to improve that. But is he quick? Yes, which would mean that in a high line, where he might not start quick, but his recovery pace is very good indeed. So, but he can bully. And I think we might need to take the risk and play him because of his physicality and the physicality that Liverpool have and what we're lacking with that team as it stands. So I can see him potentially. I mean, I would be up, if I was honest, for Mickey van der Ven to come on in the second half.
I agree.
And us to hold us and play potentially Danso, maybe Danso and Davis to start potentially, and then to bring on Mickey van der Ven. If we can maintain that one goal or equilibrium with them, then I think bringing him on will give us something extra. I don't know what you guys think.
I think it will be important whether Djed Spence and Porro are fit to play the whole 90 minutes, right? Because remind me, like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I think Djed Spence had a 2-week break or a 1.5 week break, right? Because of some sort of a knock, right?
Yeah.
I know he played 90 minutes today, but the game is in 4 days. So I think whether he is fit to play solves a lot of like the issues with choosing the squad, right? Because if he is fit to play, he obviously plays the left back, right? But if he's not, then I think either Gray or Davies have to move out there, which kind of solves the issue of centre backs, right? Because in that scenario, I think Van de Ven starts and possibly Gray as a right centre back and Davies as a left back, if Spence is not available, right? But I honestly wouldn't play Danso from the get-go. I don't think that's a good idea to throw in a centre back who like never played against Liverpool, you know, in a semi-final at Anfield. It would be different if we were playing at home, right? If the second leg was at home, I would have maybe a different approach, right?
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah,
so
go for it.
Again, just devil's advocate here. So if you wouldn't start Danso, I'm guessing you're starting Van der Ven, is that right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't keep him with Gray. I think if Spence, I think if Spence doesn't play, then it's Davies left back, Van de Ven left centre back, and Gray right centre back, Porro right back, right? Porro has been playing 90 minutes every single 3 days, right? So I don't think he will get a rest. But if Spence is going to play, then I would start Spence obviously on the left back, and then I'm not sure about starting both Van de Ven and Davies, both left footers. So I still think it will somehow be Gray centre back as the right sided centre back, right? So which I know it's not smart.
How was this then? But this is why I asked you.
Yeah.
So my question is this: is playing Danso more of a risk in his first game in English football at centre half at Anfield? More of a risk than playing Archie Gray, who is a central midfielder away at Anfield. Now, I know he's been deputising, but not at Anfield. Like Anfield is that's a ground that can swallow you up. The crowd almost sucks the ball in to the goal at Anfield. So which is the biggest risk for you? I know Lubo's answer. What's the biggest risk for you?
Savva, is he a midfielder? I have never seen him there.
I don't know. I'm starting to think he's not a centre mid.
Yeah,
I'm starting to think this kid has just been bought as he's our Phil Neville. He's our Phil Neville. He just plays everywhere.
Don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
Right, listen, if he has a career like Phil Neville, he'll be.
I know. Come on. What ends up as manager of the England's ladies? Look, I think the thing is, don't be. Listen, do not be surprised if this manager ends up playing Davis at left back and drops Djed Spence. Oh, I would not be flipping surprised. Don't be shocked, and it won't be anything to do with his knock or his fitness. Yeah.
I've got to tell you, I thought Spence handled Salah at the lane in the first leg brilliantly.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was terrific against him. For me, that's a key battle. If we've got any chance of getting anything out of the game, then Spence has got to keep Salah quiet.
Yeah.
How mad that sentence sounds. Imagine if you said that 1 year ago. I hope Spence keeps Salah quiet, right?
Yeah. We don't want more salad. We want no salad. Yeah.
Well, look, we'll talk about Spence after the centre halves. I feel like I get it, right? It's Danso, and someone said that Danso has played in England before, but I've just looked at Danso.
I think 6 years ago or something like that.
I think he's played like 6 games for Southampton on loan. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like it's he's had 2 years in the Premier League. But look, I feel like we're really Spursy whatever happens here. And I'll tell you why I think that. It's kind of like Levy, buy a centre-half. Levy, buy a centre-half. Levy, buy a centre-half. We buy a centre-half and then we go, but don't start him. It's one of those, isn't it, where if he starts against Liverpool and he's wildly off the pace and he makes a mistake, we're all going to go, shit management by Ange. If he doesn't start and Gray and Davis do or whatever and they make mistakes, it will be, you've got Danso. This is a real... I feel for Ange here, but this is the problem that we've wanted. We can't want more players and then complain about this situation, right? So Spursy, that's why they invented the word. It's a brilliant word, Spursy.
So, Sav, the reason why I wondered if Gray is a better option than Danso, right, is at least for me, right? When I look at cup competitions, I think you need to limit the possibility of players making mistakes, right? And I think even though in general, of course, Danso will be a better center back than Gray, right? For us, I think as soon as he starts, being settled into the team, I think he will nail that right center back spot, right? But I think with how settled Archie Gray is currently in that, and I know it sounds mad, right, for me to say those words, but I think that Archie Gray at this current moment is more settled into the system and knows what we require of him, right? So that's why I would rather try to minimize the possibility of like our center backs making mistakes, because like Liverpool will come flying out of the traps, right? And they will try to press us relentlessly, right? And I just maybe because I'm scared of that Kusanov performance against whoever City played against Chelsea, right?
Against Chelsea.
I have that in mind, right? And I wouldn't want to put a center back like fresh off, like after two days of training at best, right? 2 days of training with our team, and he played a different system in France, right? So that's why I'm kind of like skeptical of putting him straight in. If it was like Brentford away in the cup or something like that, I would be more willing to take a risk, right? I just feel like we need to survive first 20 minutes without making mistakes, right? And without risking the player like having a bit of a stinker in his first ever performance, right? Which is why I would like, and I'm not like 100% convinced of that opinion, right? But I am leaning more towards starting Gray and then bringing on Danso, right, when we need to. And with Van de Ven, I don't know. I just feel like because we rested him today, I feel like he will start against Liverpool on Thursday. That's the way I look at it.
Oh, I was just going to say, Mikel.
Yeah.
This is the same Angepostecoglou that threw in a goalkeeper that had been there for an hour. Right? Okay, into the Liverpool game. So I hear you.
Yeah. Fair enough, right?
Yeah, so I hear you. But, I think, look, it's a tricky situation. And I tell you, I've been to Anfield many times and it still makes the hairs on the back of my neck tingle. I get the tingles when I go to Anfield and I hear Walk On, and I'm a passionate Spurs fan. But let me tell you, when you play at Anfield at night, it's ramped up tenfold. There's something incredible about the energy in that stadium, and it's hard to describe unless you've been there. I know you've heard it on the television and everything, but when you're actually there, and I'll be there with Lubo on Thursday. It's intimidating.
You guys going to have one of your conversations in the car on the way home that Lubo will tell us about?
No, we're on the coach. We're on the coach.
Good. You're going to talk to the whole coach about the youth squad. Is that what's going to go on? The whole coach journey there and back.
Listen, mate. Listen. Hopefully, if big massive 5% chance if we win, we'll come onto the coach and we'll have a sing song for you.
Listen, I can see Arsenal doing Newcastle. I can tell you that much. Can you not? The way Arsenal are at the moment. I said the way Newcastle are right now, and the way Arsenal are right now, I can see Arsenal overturning that score.
Yeah, that game's going to be interesting. I think lots of people thought that it was done and dusted, but if you get the Arsenal of tonight against the Newcastle that have played. I mean, Newcastle are a very funny team. They've been in brilliant form, but then got slapped up by Bournemouth and then lost at home to Fulham. I don't think it's done and dusted that tie. I think in both ties, one goal early on settles it. If Newcastle grab a goal early doors, it's a mountain. If Spurs grab a goal, then Liverpool are up against it. But one goal the other way, it's different. And you're right, Johnny. You're right. I've been to Liverpool for night games. There's something about it, isn't there? The Liverpool fans, the atmosphere, the cop end. Look, I feel like for me, in a great scenario, I'd go with Danso and VDV. I want to talk about VDV quickly though, because Van der Ven has not played. I know we're going to say 45 minutes against Elfsborg. But let's be brutally honest. He had nothing to do. There was no counter-attacks that he had to stretch his legs. There was no defending. I can't remember Elfsborg attacking in the game. I can't remember it. Is this a risk, guys? VDV going straight in? Because this is going to be a hectic night of twists and turns and Liverpool getting in behind, looking for Salah and Diaz and Gakpo. VDV's not played a lot. Is VDV more the risk than the others? Just sitting on the fence and asking.
It's not a great situation to be in, is it? Do you play a centre midfield player who's 18 at the back? Do you play Van der Ven who's played 45 minutes in 2 months? Do you play a guy who's just come into the club? I mean, it's not the best preparation. It's not the best choice, personally.
Almost like we could have done this maybe earlier in the window, Lubo, maybe something like that.
Well,
I'm just thinking.
I'm reading that Spurs went in for him early doors and they wouldn't pay the 35 million. And as then they heard Lawrence needed the money, and with the Wolves deal, and they've hijacked Wolves and they're getting him for 10 million euros cheaper. Meanwhile, we've lost 4 league games, and we're coming into the biggest week of the season. And the guy's not even set foot on the training pitch yet. So, once again, the transfer policy, the timing of the transfers, the ENIC run are a disgrace, and has left Ange with this predicament now regarding Thursday's team selection. Again,
it's interesting. I mean, Macau, Van der Ven. Listen, by the way, normally you go, Van der Ven straight in, but he's had, if I'm not wrong, is it 3 or 4 hamstring injuries since he's been at Spurs? Is it 3?
I think it's 3, yeah.
3 hamstring injuries. We saw what happened when he played against Chelsea. And again, Chelsea with a lot of quick players. I felt that the first half an hour kind of bypassed Van de Ven because for me, he didn't look right. Then he got injured. There's a risk, right, of what if you prepare all week with Van de Ven and then he breaks down in the first 15, 20, then now you are with Danzo and Gray, aren't you? So it's a conundrum, right?
I think what will help Van de Ven is the fact we'll be forced back and we won't be playing a high line. So there won't be that many recovery runs by Van de Ven.
Yeah, I also think that the reason why I have a bit of a different approach right now with Van de Ven is because according to media reports, right, he was training with the team for a couple of days before that Habsburg game, and now we rested him for Brentford, right? And today to not make him tired and to prepare him to give him another week of training and to prepare him for that Liverpool tie, right? That's why I'm considering starting him, right? Because if he was just fresh off an injury right now, right, I wouldn't even consider playing him, not to mention starting, right? But because we get told that he has been preparing for 2 weeks pretty much, right? That's why I'm wondering if he will start, right?
Mike, I think Spurs. Listen, we might be looking at Mickey Van de Ven having broken down on Thursday and missing the rest of the season. But as we stand today, they've dealt with Van de Ven very well today. I think that was the right move. Absolutely. To actually stick him in. No. Regardless. No, we were talking before the game, weren't we, Sav, about not taking risks with players. Taking risks with players' careers. You know, it's not all about one game. He's got the rest. You know, he's got hopefully plenty of games towards the end of this season to play as well. We've got Europe, where again I think if he's fully fit, we have a good side out. Hopefully, a new manager, we have got a serious chance of winning that trophy. It's not just about one game. I think they did that with the Chelsea game with both Romero and Van de Ven. And that's cost us big time. That really has, and since then it's been fairly disastrous. That was the start of the 1 point out of 21 that game.
Yeah.
No, can I ask a question. Sam, can I ask a question? It's a funny club we've got here. It's funny how certain players are given this. He needs rest. He needs to bring on slowly. And there's every excuse as to their performance and why they might not perform. And yet I look at an 18-year-old who should no way have played over 30-odd games already. Pedro Porro, who has run himself into the ground. Kulu, who at the moment looks like he's running on empty. And we get players that are brought back. You know, Mickey Van de Ven was brought back too quickly under Ange's instructions. Broke down. Romero broke back too quickly, broke down. You can tell right now, Richarlison is nowhere near match fit. He shouldn't even be playing any more than about 25 minutes. He was actually heaving after about 35 minutes in the first half, and yet he's still there, 65, 70 minutes. He can hardly walk around the pitch. And we're looking at Mickey Van de Ven, and he's sort of on a higher plane to everybody else. We've got to be careful with him. We've got to understand, the demands that have been placed on his body. Believe me, when Romero comes back, there'll be no such allowance. The fact that Romero had 2 weeks holiday after winning the Copa America, comes straight back in and wasn't performing, no one was interested in he not had a proper break or he was tired. It was just he's shit. Right? And the same with Destiny Udogie, right? Destiny had a quad operation. He should not have been playing the amount of games that he played at the beginning of the season. He was playing every minute of every game. And I kept saying, you can't do it. He's going to break down. It's not possible. He got injured against Coventry, came off, ran straight back. I can say the same about Odegaard. Odegaard, injured, rushed back, broke down, worse injury. You know, this managing the injuries has to be done across the board for every player, not just the ones who the club think are important.
Yeah.
Well, can we use that as a segue? And by the way, I am so sorry to hear. I think a lot of people are putting in the chat now about Ben and Sim's granddad passing away. I know he was a regular on the show. I didn't know him, but listen, RIP. Some things go a little bit beyond football opinions, and this is definitely one of them. So obviously heart goes out to Ben and Sim, and I'm sure they'll take the time they need to concentrate on what's important, and that's not YouTube. So Ben, Sim, I hope that you guys are just there with your family. There's no real right words to say when something like this happens. So rest in peace to your granddad. By the way, anyone watching or caring about the Italian league, massive game on at the moment, Roma versus Napoli. So we've got Dilly Ding, Dilly Dong versus Antonio Conte, and Napoli have just taken the lead, but it's a real blood and thunder game with some good players on show. Guys, I want to use that segue, talking about that, Johnny. I want to look at this. I want to talk about Djed Spence. And the reason why I think that segues in is, you know, you've talked about Porro that's played game after game after game, 90 minutes, 90 minutes. We talk about Udogie, who clearly needed a rest. And I want to talk about the fact that Djed Spence has been used reluctantly. Everyone I'm seeing today going, oh, my God, you've got to rate Ange for what he's done with Djed Spence. Whoa, hang on. This is a man that saw that Udogie was coming back from an injury, that saw that Porro was the only right back at the football club other than Spence, and decided, I'm never going to rotate Porro for Spence. I'm never going to rotate Udogie for Spence. I'm going to leave him out of the Europa League squad. And how bad does that decision look now? I'll start with you, Johnny, and we'll go round. But how bad does that decision look? Because I'll say it, I said it earlier, for me, he's the best defender of all the fullbacks at the football club.
I'm a little bit close to this one, so I'll be careful. But
sure,
I will just say that Ian knows. We were out at Coventry together, and I was having a hissy fit when Djed Spence wasn't announced at right back after being dropped from the Europa League squad, having been told that he was very much part of Ange's plans, to then be dropped for that game against Coventry. I was fuming. The only reason he got on, Destiny got injured. And if it hadn't been for his 87th minute goal, we wouldn't be going to Liverpool on Thursday with a chance of going through to the final. How was he rewarded? He was dropped again. He was dropped. I'm not going to sit here and listen to Ange, the Messiah, who's found, unearthed this talent. And I hear, but, Genoa didn't want him. This one didn't want him. Conte didn't want him. Conte didn't want him. Conte didn't even look at him. Conte's argument with Spence was between Conte and Levy, right? Don't get the two confused. The guy's been told he's going to be part of the first team training. As soon as he arrived, you're part of the first team, you're going out on loan, right? Yeah. It didn't go down well. Can imagine that as a kid. Your dream turns to a nightmare overnight. And look, I've said to Lubo over and over again, this kid is the real deal. He needs to be playing. Ange has screwed up. It's a massive, massive mistake. I've been on 101 streams. I was on Last Word only a few weeks back going, why is he not playing? It's absolute madness. And I feel kind of vindicated today. I still don't think we've seen anywhere near the best of him. I mean,
I agree.
Wait till you see him on the right-hand side when he makes those marauding runs, then see what happens.
This is the thing, Johnny. This is the thing. When I hear all season, what was Ange meant to do with the squad he's got?
Rotate.
If you actually, and big up Danny, if you actually look at lovely bed, he's made it today. I always like it when Danny's made his bed. If all of this, where does so-and-so play? Where does so-and-so play? How does this player get rotated? you're seeing he could have used Gray earlier in the season. He could have used Djed Spence earlier in the season. And for me, I feel like, again, like Phil said, we still qualified, but I feel like Phil's missing the point. It wasn't that we needed Spence to qualify for the Europa League. It was what it's doing in the background to those players. It's games like against these weaker teams where Porro doesn't need to be playing. You know, that's where Spence could have played. Udogie didn't need to be playing. And all of these knock-on effects get players injured. For me, I'll come to you, Mikal. I think Spence has been terribly mistreated. And I don't know that he said this, but somebody has put this, that apparently... Oh, so I've clicked the wrong button. Apparently, Angepostecoglou said he's been excellent. He's going to really help us out until destiny returns. And I'm looking at that thinking, I'm looking at thinking, what do you mean when he returns? He's played better than I've seen Destiny Udogie play. Do you know what I mean, Mikal?
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I was a big Spence doubter. I honestly didn't believe when we bought him that there is that much of a talent there. And I'm not going to make any grand statements right now after seeing admittedly a couple of really class performances from him. I've been really impressed, right? I don't want to make any grand statement and say that he's a world-class talent and that he will displace this player and that player and whatever, right? But I've even though I've doubted him a bit, right? I've definitely banged on this drum of why the hell didn't we register Region and Spence for the Europa League, right? I think this has been the biggest crime that has happened this season, 100%. In my opinion, because even though I don't rate certain players in our squad, I still think when you have them available in your, they are your employees, you should be using them when you need, right? Even though I don't rate Richarlison, I think he should have played certain games against that lower tier European opposition where Solanke played, right? I know Richarlison has been injured in plenty of those games, right? But I think the point is that when you have those certain tools, when you are, a carpenter and you have tools, you should be using all of them, right? Which, again, for me, a big crime. And I think certain Djed Spence performances have been in spite of the manager and kind of to prove a point, which I really like. I like players with character and players that, have a bit of that attitude about them, which I'm seeing in Djed Spence, right? So I am really happy that he has stepped up to the challenge, and I am really happy that he's part of the squad, right? I just hope that he doesn't get, stuffed away after Udogie comes back, right? Because for me, Udogie, he's a younger player than Djed Spence, right? I think he should be the one fighting for his place in the team, not the other way around, right? I think Djed Spence has more experience playing, in general. He's older, and he's been performing really well. So for me, Udogie should be the one fighting to get his spot back, right? And if Udogie performs up to a standard and displaces Djed Spence, I have nothing against that, right? I really like players who have competition in the squad, right? And Djed Spence should be the one providing the competition. And same thing with Porro, by the way.
Mike, you look at games that Spence could have played in. Take the game at Ibrox. Everything in that first half went down the right-hand side for Rangers. And Cerny had a field day, didn't he, down there?
Most teams play down that right side, don't they?
Yeah, that's fair.
And no, Cerny was playing on the right side for Rangers. If Spence had been there, Spurs could have had quite a lot more control, and they could have actually won it. But we're on the back foot for most of that game, and most of it until he faded on the 60-65 minute mark. Everything was going through him for Rangers. Everything.
Listen, I've gone on.
Just one game.
I've gone on for such a long time. I'm definitely in the minority, but I've been saying this since the day he arrived. Before he arrived, actually, after watching White Scout, that Pedro Porro, for me, is a winger, is a right winger, more dangerous as a right winger or as a wing back. If you're not going to play him as a wing back, he's a right winger. I'd love to see Djed Spence play at right back. I'd like to see him as right wing, whipping those balls in. Get Brennan Johnson out the team. and then play with the two of them overlapping. Just wanted to add, sorry, something I forgot to say right at the beginning of the show. I wanted to wish one of our club legends and a true gentleman, Cliff Jones, 90 today. Unbelievable.
Wow.
If you've ever met him, which I've been, lucky to have met him a few times. He's a proper legend and a proper character, and still managing to trot around the club, greeting everybody, even at 90 years of age.
Yeah, no, Johnny, Brad met him 3 years ago. He said, what a great guy. What a lovely fella.
Lovely fella.
Lovely fella.
Well, look, let me bring in. We've been graced by the presence of Danny Kyriakou, which is
How you doing, Danny?
You right, Johnny?
He's been out longer injured than Romero, but he's back before Romero. Just before I bring Danny in,
Spence, isn't he? He's a bit like he's back in after like a long time out.
Yeah, we just before I do that, there's 800 of you watching, 200 likes. Come on, guys and girls. Surely we can get that to 400. I'm not asking for your money. Just smash that like button. These people, these wonderful people are giving you their time and taking away from their other halves or whatever they're doing, eating dinner or whatever they're doing. Please do. Danny, Djed Spence, it's an interesting one because Paul Gregory, and I don't necessarily disagree, when I look at how lackluster we are on the right wing, would you like something like that, Danny? Like Porro to go and play right wing where he's more comfortable in terms of foraying forward and Djed Spence behind him? I mean, for me, this is the kind of thing that Harry Redknapp did when he brought in Bale, right?
Yeah.
And he put Bale further forward, Asu Akoto to left back, and we didn't really look back. Would you like to see that?
I think everyone would like to see it. To be honest, I think. Do you know what? With Spence, right? I think when he came in, there was a lot of course, like the Conte situation where he said it was a club signing, and I know Johnny knows some things. I know some things as well, but I know there was obviously some issues with the stuff going on behind the scenes at the time, with the way the deal was made, the way that he was kind of not really, his attitude wasn't correct at that moment in time, and there's more stuff that was going on. But basically, for me personally, I think Djed Spence's loan move, I think that was the best thing he could have done for his career, right? And I think him coming, I think that taught him a lot, right? Personally, I think for his own development, I think it did him the world of good, getting out this situation at Spurs. And he, in a way, we're quite lucky that we have had all these injuries in a sense, because I don't think Postecoglou would have played him if we didn't have these injuries. I think he just would have kept using. I don't think he would have used them at all. And I think now, and I'm actually I think I'm happy that Spence has actually taken his chance, because from what we're seeing, he looks like our best fullback. To be honest, at this moment in time, he looks like our best fullback as an all-round fullback, as in someone who can actually defend and can actually get forward and cross a ball, right? Yeah, because he can do it on both feet, which is really, and he's also very intelligent player. He looks, just by the way he was playing today, you can see the way he thinks and the way he kind of wants to put the ball where he wants to put the ball, where he wants to run, where he's making the runs, how he's defending. He's quite intelligent, and I think we're lucky we've got him. And I just hope that Postecoglou doesn't put him back onto the bench after, because I agree with what you said. I think he's at left back. I think he's actually showed more at left back than Udogie has. Agreed. Especially in a defensive part of the game, which is what we do lack. So look, if he's going to, I think it's a great thing to try. I just can't see Postecoglou trying it. I can't see him putting Porro at right wing, which is frustrating, because I think you'd see a lot more from Porro, where we wouldn't have to track back and defend all the time.
100%.
Yeah, and I think Spencer's got that ability and that kind of stamina in him to do that if he needed to. But if he is as that right wing back or that right back or in that inverted right back role, I think to have him there and Porro on the right wing, I think that could be a really good. It could create a new dynamic that we haven't seen, and I think it will be different for a lot of other teams coming against us as well. And Porro, we know that he's a good finisher on the ball. We know that he can finish. We know that he's quite technically gifted. He's a good crosser of the ball. Yeah. But it also, I think it gives him more energy not having to track back all the time. Because how many, like we said, all of us know Porro gets caught out so many times, right? He gets caught out so much, right? And some of the times you see him, and it's like he's not even he's in the other team's half, and it's like they're on a break, and he's like, "What are you doing, mate? Like, get back!" But yeah, I think Spence shows today what a fullback should be doing at this football club. To be honest,
I agree.
Can I just say, Sav? I agree. I think I can see Ange playing Porro instead of Johnson. Before he got injured, Johnson got dropped in a couple of games, didn't he?
I'd love to see that.
He's dropping he is still our leading goal scorer this season, Johnson. I think he's got 12.
2.5 years. 2.5 years, Lubo. I've been calling for Porro to play the right wing, mate, and it's never happened. And the thing is, he's the only one, like Perisic, who doesn't need to beat his man to get a ball in, right?
No,
he can whip the ball in from a standing start.
Look at Johnny. Look at those crosses. A for Solanke get home to Newcastle.
Yeah.
And last week, the cross for Richie. Absolutely pinpoint on the button. 35 yard pass. Absolutely superb.
His crossing
and we don't get that from Johnson. Johnson doesn't pass like that.
A top manager. God, I was just going to say a top manager who's creative, who can think outside the box, would have already done it, Ian. I just believe he would have already done it. You know, why is it, I keep saying it. I mean, listen, I was saying it before we signed him. I think he's not a back. He's too open defensively, right? He's going to get caught out. And this system, Angepostecoglou system, exposes him even more so than the system that he was playing at Sporting Lisbon. So for me, it makes perfect sense. Because
he's not right back.
Yeah, but the solidity to have the runs and the power of Djed Spence down that side, the overlapping runs, whoever's coming down that left-hand side, you're nullifying them. You're nullifying them with those two because you ain't going nowhere.
Johnny, is it fair to say, guys, that he's not a right back and he's not a right winger? I think he is the archetypal wing back. He is slap bang in the middle. Now, some players, like I mean, look, we're going to the extreme here, but you could take a Gareth Bale and go, "Oh, you're a left back. Hang on, you're a worldie. Go and play left wing." Yeah. Some players, I don't think you can. Porro for me is a real conundrum because there's clearly he's a very good technical footballer. He's got a wonderful cross, but again, I say this every week and have done for however many years. If I'm playing Tottenham and I'm the left winger, I'm saying, I'm going to have loads of time to get crosses in. And you watch how many of their crosses today, again, comes in from the space that they get behind Porro. I'm not blaming him. But in this system, I just don't think he's that guy.
No, I think in this. Go on, Mikhail.
Yeah, I think it's either they target him as a dribbling practice, basically, right? Because he's not the best defensively, or the other teams cross from their right side on our right back position, right? Because Porro is 1.70 m, and most wingers or strikers try to target him as a 1v1 battle to win the header, right? Because he's not good at it, obviously, right? Because of his size, it's purely on that front, right? So I've not only they are targeting him to whip crosses from his side, but also they are targeting him when whipping crosses from the other side, right? I think I really like Porro, right? I was gassed when we signed him, right? And especially because we were playing back three at that point, right? And he was supposed to be a solve our wing back issues, right? At that point. But I think that there is a player there, and I would like Ange to try to come up with something to expose the good sides of Porro, right? Which all of you boys mentioned already, right? I think he has a wicked cross. I think he's really good at shooting, right? I think he is actually quite a pacey guy and not necessarily the best dribbler out there, right? I don't think he's the type of guy to, nutmeg someone and whip a low cross in, right? But I still think there is enough quality in him where you can actually try to expose his offensive side while covering for his defensive side, right? I agree with you, Savva. I don't think he necessarily is a right winger. I think if you put him out there as a right winger and try to to tell him to do like Johnson's job or Mbuemo's job, right? Or something like that. I don't think it's necessarily his style of play, which is why he's such a hard player.
He'd be a winger that whips crosses in Macau. I don't know if he's that winger that runs at you and scares the shit out of fullbacks.
No. Yeah, exactly.
He's not that guy, is he? He's not that.
He reminds me, Sav, of like that old school type of 4-4-2 right midfielder. Like,
exactly. This is something I want to say, right?
Yeah.
He's either a wing back. Yeah, he's either a wing back in a present system, right? In systems that we play right now, or he's that right-sided midfielder in a 4-4-2, where he doesn't have like a lot of defensive responsibility. He has some, right? But it's not all relying on him. I think we put too much like defensive responsibility on him, and he's not necessarily like the right player to do that role.
It gives me like those D-Tech David Beckham type vibes. That's what he kind of gives me. Like he's like a really, really bad version of David Beckham. Like he's not the quickest player. He's not that he can't beat his man. I know Beckham could sometimes, but he's just got a really good cross of a ball, and he can pick out a pass from anywhere, Porro, if he wanted to, really.
Yeah.
And I think him having to do that, tracking back all the time, I think it takes away from his game, because we all know, right, where Porro is most effective is further up the field. Like that is why he plays. It's not because of his defensive abilities, because if it was purely on defensive abilities, he wouldn't be in the team, right? That's just how I see it. Like, and I think that's why Ange plays him, is because he's the best as an attacker that we have from that kind of position. So if you've got someone who's actually still good as an attacker but better in defensive position, why not play him there? And I think it's also good that Spence is kind of like, he's not a youngster anymore. He's 25 years old. So 25, I think, isn't he, Spence? So yeah, he's kind of he's at a perfect age where he's not too old, he's not too young. So it's not like he's one of the youth players. And I think we're very lucky that he's kind of been given that, well, not given the chance. We're lucky that the chance came to him and he's taken it. I just really hope that he gets that chance to keep playing a bit more consistently. And I just can't see Ange putting Porro as a right winger. I mean, I'd love to see it. I think we all would, because let's be honest, if you look at Johnson and the way he plays, Johnson is a tapping merchant, right? He's an absolute tapping merchant, and all of his crosses, right? All of his crosses are like they're along the floor, or they're like pass backs. That's it. They're not actual crosses. They're terrible. So you put someone like Porro on that side to do it, I'm sure he'll be able to pinpoint, give you a bit more variety in the type of crosses that come into the box as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you buy a right inside forward who wants to be over the top running through on balls like Johnson, and you stick him out on the right wing, you're right, Danny. Every one of Brennan Johnson's crosses, it's hit and hope, isn't it? There's no accuracy. There's no picking out a man. No. But look, guys, just really quickly before we move on, I just wanted to say that, I mean, Kevin said to me earlier, Savva, do you remember the conversation that me and you had about Djed Spence when he signed? I said, no, I don't remember. And he said, one of the rare occasions you was wrong. Hold your hands up on that one. Dude, I do YouTube every day. I cannot remember every bloody conversation I've had with every viewer about a player, especially one that was signed 3 years ago. And by the way, let's be brutally honest, Kevin, whatever the conversation was, he's not played for like 3 years. So let's just relax, wind your neck in. Guys, while we're talking about that right side, I want to talk about this. And another player today who I thought, again, I think he's been poor for months, but we keep talking and convincing every other fan base that this is a top player, right? And I'm going to say, It's My Face has made a really good point and said, Kulu has to work on his don't give the damn ball away more. And guys, Kulusevski, for me, I've been really disappointed. I know a lot of people are saying he's been our player of the year. I'm really disappointed at just the sheer volume of how much this man, first of all, exposes to the world what he's going to do. He's running down the line with his right, with the ball so far over on his left that he's telling you what he's going to do. Second of all, the number of times he gives the ball away is now getting like I genuinely think if it was a game where you had a shot every time Kulu gave the ball away, you're going to be in A&E. Am I the only one who thinks this? I just think he's been awful for a long time.
Sav, I mean, for me, Spence is fast becoming the player of the season. First half of the season, I think everyone was in agreement that Kulu on the outfield players was probably the most consistent, and he didn't have much to beat, in fairness, because it hasn't been a great season. But he's been knackered for weeks, and he's just being worked into the ground. And the more Ange won't give him a rest, the worse he's getting. And this is the problem. You know, his running stats, I think, were higher about a month ago than any other player in Europe I saw. And, you know, at the end of the day, with the way he's being pushed in training as well, at the end of the day...
Did they say in the match today he's created the most chances in the Premier League? Yeah.
But he is, in terms of making a difference, Danny, the last few games he's been poor. And the guy's knackered out. You should give him a rest. The problem is when you get the rest,
should that mean you lose the ball nearly every time you get it just because you're tired?
I don't know. If you haven't got that sharpness, he was picking up the ball, coming inside, but spinning off at pace. So he's getting away from his fullback. He's not doing that now. Big difference.
I think Kulu needs a bit of a rest, and I think it's just It's a shame that you can actually see when he started to drop off is when we started to get all the players drop off, and then he was having to be used all the time. Because I mean, Johnson and him used to be rotated a little bit, and he was always being taken off and stuff. But now it's like he hardly gets taken off either. So he's playing full games, and he's just getting run into the ground. And it's so obvious. Like I agree with what you said, Ian. It's kind of like when you're playing football and you're running on empties, you lack your control, you lack your focus, you lack your sharpness, and you can see it in him. But what I like about Kulu this season is that he's produced more moments of like brilliance at times, whereas last season, the season before, he was lacking that. Like even in the Europa League game or the other night, that ball to Dane Scarlett, was it him that crossed that ball in?
Yeah, it was. That was a good ball.
Yeah, quality ball. And you've seen a lot more of that type of ball from him this season, because he did that at the beginning when he kind of came into the club. But I just think that he needs a rest. And if I'm honest as well, I actually really like Kulu in the middle. I think what I would do is I'd play Kulu in the middle and Porro on the right wing if I was going to switch it up. But 100%. for the moment, he needs a rest. He needs some of those.
Look at that moment. Look at that moment today when he came down that right hand side. Now Kulu earlier in the season would have picked his head up, seen the players running in, and pulled the ball back. But what did he do? He went for the only option that was never on, trying to drive the ball into the near post, and he didn't even manage that. You know, a lot of selfish play in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I think that is down to tiredness. That's not down to a player that suddenly lost his way. But I totally agree with you that for me, I said as soon as he signed, Ange signed, you cannot play Kulu in this system. The only place he will flourish is in the middle of the park. Yeah. And I was calling out for it last season. And unfortunately, every time he got given that opportunity, he didn't grab it with both hands and didn't perform well enough. But this season, start of the season, he has, and he's looked really good there, but he has fallen off, and it is a marked drop off. And this is where managers come into their own. You know, how do you manage the players? Do you take them off? Which players do you play? Do you play a different system? Do you know try to change it up?
Do you know, I would also like to see, I would rather see Kulusevski as a striker than I would Richarlison. I think he'd do a far better job as our striker. And we've seen him in some games when he played as
slow, Danny, and I feel like
I think he's better than Richarlison though, Sav. He can hold the ball up. He's much more technique gifted.
But this is the thing. When we say hold the ball up, This is the player that's been dispossessed the second most amount of times of any footballer in the Premier League.
Yeah,
can he hold the ball up? I feel like
It's
I get it. We see. Hang on. I feel like we see what we want to see. When I watch Kulu, I'm not saying he's not a good footballer, but for me, it's just the sheer volume all season, by the way, of just how much that ball bounces back off him. Like, and we can say he's tired. When you look at the actual stats of the number of minutes other footballers have played in the league, Kulu is nowhere near at the top. He's nowhere near it. And, you know, for me, that's not an excuse. Today, in the first half, I was literally saying, Kulu lost the ball. Kulu lost the ball. Simple 5-yard passes. Times he could bring the ball under control and it bounces up. And I don't know. I just feel like he's another one that we've... I feel like we've overhyped and over-egged him, in my opinion. I think he's a good player. I just don't think he's this top midfielder that everyone thinks he is. For me, I think he's really predictable. Maybe I'm being harsh, but I just don't think he's as great as everyone says. And he never... We blame Maddison, we blame Son, we blame Richarlison, we blame Johnson. For some reason, Kulu gets away with everything. Like he's the one player that never gets called out.
Last year, he was Dejan predictability, though, wasn't he? Last year.
Agreed.
You know,
I don't think Kulu's this amazing player, but I think he's one of our better players for sure. I just think that where he performs best is in the middle. I think every time I've seen him play in the middle, he's a little bit more unpredictable. I think that's the key because, yeah, I think he is predictable, and I do agree with you, Savva. He does lose the ball a lot. But let's be honest, how many of the Spurs players lose the ball a lot? A lot of them lose the ball a lot. I think Sarr loses the ball a lot as well.
Sure. Can I just let you know on the dispossessed stats in the Premier League this season? This is Tottenham players only, right? This is how much he loses the ball, though, right? This is how much. And I'm aware when you're a little bit higher up and you're a playmaker and you create, you're going to lose the ball more. You're trying things. I get it. But here it is. Djed Kulusevski has lost the ball been dispossessed 61 times. The Spurs in the Premier League. Dominic Solanke, 35. Sonny, 21. Maddison, 17. Sarr, 16. And then all the rest are a lot lower down the list. Right?
Nearly
now,
double.
It's nearly double. That's my worry. It's not like, he loses it a few more times. My concern, I agree with you. First of all, again, you know what I think of Ange. I think his rotation is shocking. And I think there's been many times where you could say, like midweek against Elfsborg, you don't need to bring on Kulusevski.
Correct.
You don't need to bring on Kulusevski. I don't need Kulu against the Ferenc Pharisees of this world. But I get that. But for me, I don't know. I just feel like I'm watching a different player to a lot of other people. I don't think he's as good as people think. I'm disappointed by him. I'll say it. I'm disappointed by him. Just me.
I mean, for me, I'm glad we have him because I think he's better than what we've got. I think we've got some terrible players. That's the reality of it. And I think out of the players, I'd rather him than the ones we've like your Brennan Johnsons and players like this because they're terrible. I mean, Richarlison as well. He's just a shocking player all around. Do you know what the funny thing is? I would like to see what would Richarlison's dispossession stats be if he actually was fit enough to play. Because I think his stats would be even worse.
He's not fit to play, Danny.
I know that's the problem.
Danny, look, the problem is, mate, he's meant to be playing 25 minutes off the subs bench, right? Okay, but this clown manager, right, is forcing him to play 55. And this is what I'm saying. It was okay for Mickey van der Ven to be eased back, but Richie's been out for longer and he's supposed to be doing 75, 80 minutes, 65 minutes straight off the bat, and people expect him to perform. Well, it ain't going to happen. No one is. No one is. Do you think Romero's going to be out for months and then suddenly people are going to expect him to do 90 minutes? And then as soon as he makes a mistake, he's going to get chastised for it. It's the way it is. It's the way fans are. It's the way we are as fans. We expect the best at all times. But, you know, I think, Richie needs to improve his game. There's no two ways about it. But he needs to be judged when he's fit, not when he's been thrown in when he's probably.
Yeah, but Johnny, haven't we seen for years though? Surely with Richie, it's not about when he's fit. Surely this is what I've seen for Richie for years. His touch is horrible. His hold-up play is horrible. I get it. I get he's not 100% fit, but this man
he's about 50% fit.
Yeah, but even when we've seen him fit, does anyone here rate Richarlison really?
Is it fair to say that Richie's an athlete and a goal scorer, but not a footballer?
He's an athlete.
I don't think he's a goal scorer.
I don't think he's an athlete.
In any way, shape, or form.
Well, I must say, when he's fit, he gets around the pitch. There's no
athlete.
There's
He's
no
an
lack
athlete.
Athlete.
No lack of work rate for him. But his skill is putting the ball in the back of the net.
No, he can't. He's not good.
Is his skill?
Last season he scored. Hang on, he scored 12 in 13. Then he got injured again.
And he scored
but Lubo, football isn't in one season. In his career, we can't say Richarlison's a goal scorer, can we? No. Really?
He's never scored more than 13 league goals in his whole career in any league that he's played in, including in Brazil. He's never scored more than 13 league goals. That's not a goal scorer. Chris Wood has scored more goals in a single season than Richarlison has in like more than one season. Chris Wood
is on 19, by the way.
Well, 18, we could say, hang on, we could say that about every striker other than Harry Kane that we've had at the club for God knows how many years. So, what's good for
Richarlison has never. Right? I know, but he's never been a goal scorer, and I never wanted Richarlison to come.
Do you think Solanke is ever going to score 19 goals for Spurs in the Premier League?
Probably not.
Maybe.
How many goals has he scored now at the moment?
No, I'm talking about in the Premier League, right?
Yeah, how many goals has he scored this season? It's like 8.
In the Prem, right? Like 5 or 6, I think.
He scored 6 this season in the Premier.
Is it only 6 goals?
Yeah.
That's I thought it was 8 goals. That's terrible.
Works hard though. He works hard, right?
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I didn't want Solanke either. I didn't want Solanke either. I think the average players.
Yeah, I'm just saying, look, the system doesn't suit. I don't think, Iriola got the best out of Solanke. Why? Because he told Solanke, stop dropping deep, stop doing all of that. All I want you to do is to work the front, work the 2 centre-backs and work between those lines. Don't drop back. And what do we see him doing for Spurs? Dropping that back like he's prime Harry Kane.
Yeah, like
Harry Kane. Spray the ball 20 yards across the other side of the pitch. Just stay up front, work the line, and we need to get balls in. Then he's got half a chance of hitting 19 goals.
Can I ask a question, though? Can I ask a question, guys? Sorry. Look, whilst, we were talking about Richie. Well, we weren't. We were talking about Kulu, but we then talked about Richie, and now we've added in Solanke. I know Spurs fans hate this, but I'll say it. Sod it. I don't care if I'm hated. You've all met me. Some of you have had nights out with me, and you, Danny. Look, for me, maybe can we just call it that? Maybe, just maybe, Solanke and Richarlison are average players. I know we don't want to say that because they play for us, but maybe when you look at their careers, what we're seeing from them, we always try and find a reason. Oh, he's dropping deep. Oh, he's working hard. Oh, we don't have wingers that cross. Oh, we don't have this. In their entire careers, they've never had great seasons. Can't we just at some point say this is what they are, rather than try and say, well, Solanke's ours? Because, and I know Lubo's formulating something, but for example, if Dominic Solanke didn't play for Tottenham, right, and had as many goals as he's got this year in the Premier League, and we'd all look and go, well, he's 27 years of age, and in his entire career, he's had one good year. But because he plays for Spurs, I feel like we're trying desperately to carve out this narrative that he's better than he is, but it's not working because of Ange or the system or the wingers. Is he that good? There's a question. Is he that good? He's 27. Is he that good? Are either of them that good?
No.
Right, there you go. Let me show you. Right, let me show you. Right. So I've just brought them both up. Right, I brought them both up. I mean, hang on. Let's blow that up. Sorry, 1 second. Let's blow that up so you can see that 150. Let's blow that up. So, one less, so we can get more in. Look, I think, I mean, both are crap, right? I mean, 237 games, 62 goals for Richarlison, and 152 games and 36 goals for Solanke. That is crap goal scorers. They're not goal scorers.
No.
They are strikers that work very hard. Am I being harsh, or are these stats
No.
telling you the truth?
Sav, I never wanted Richarlison when we were linked with him. I was one of the ones who is fiercely against Richarlison coming to this football club, because I've seen his injuries before. I've seen what he's like. He's nothing special, and it's a shame we signed him, to be honest with you, and wasted that money. And again with Solanke, like, he had one good season in the Premier League, and he's played in the Premier League for how many years has he played in the Premier League? I know they went down, came back up, but he had one good season, and we've spent £65 million on him for one good season. And this season,
Ange must have, along with Brennan Johnson. These were the two players he insisted.
I know, Johnny.
At all costs. All costs.
And that's the worst. That's why I question Ange, because how can you want to bring in and spend 130 odd million pounds, right, or 120 million pounds on
105, Danny, don't worry.
Yeah, well,
105 million for the two.
But on those players, though, it's ridiculous. That is insanity.
No,
I don't understand
47 million and 65 million.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
47 million.
That's euros, Johnny, the 65.
No, 47 million pounds.
I've just worked it out, right? I've just worked it out. So in 389 games between them in the Premier League, they've scored 98 goals, which is a goal on average every 3.9 games. So I'm going to round that up. So we've got two strikers that average a goal every 4 games, right? I'm sorry, but now break that down over a season. What's that? 38 divided by 4.
9 or 10 goals, isn't it?
Not right.
Yeah.
So we've got two strikers that in their career have averaged 9 to 10 goals in the Premier League a season. So when people go, "Oh, Savva, you're just a hater and you don't rate him," I'm not making this up. I'm not making it up. It's there, and that's crap. That's really, really poor. So why are we all so confused? Why? Yeah, but he needs to get fit, and he's been injured, and the strikers and the wingers and the mid. Can't we just say this is what we've bought? We've bought 1 in 4 strikers.
Yeah.
We bought 1 in 4. That's what you get, right?
Listen, Savva, that's a bloody good strike rate for Tottenham Hotspur. When you put Steve Hitchin together with Johan Lange, you know, it's pretty good. Listen, just bring back Fabio, get rid of the other frigging clowns that are there, Munn, Lange, and all the rest of them, right? Because this is turned into a shit fest, right? I prefer it when we had Fabio on his phone juggling 10 strikers, 10 centre-backs, and, you know, which one's he going to get? Listen, Savva, I'm going to have to go, mate. Thanks very much for having me on. And a pleasure. Danny, great to see you, Mikel.
Nice to see you, Johnny.
See you tomorrow.
Likewise.
And, thanks, everyone on here for watching on Football Heritage. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button in the comments below. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you. But guys, I mean, thank you, Johnny. Really appreciate that, mate. I really appreciate you coming on. Guys, I mean, this is the thing. By the way, I'm not turning around and saying they're the worst strikers in the world, but we have to take these things into account. And like, I've got people that are saying things like he got 19 goals for Bournemouth last year. Sure, but his football career isn't all on one season. Throughout their careers, they've displayed that they are not clinical. So why were people expecting Solanke to come in? I saw people at the beginning of the season saying he'll get 25 easily in Ange's system. Based on what? He's never been a 25 goal a season man. Where did people see this in him?
Sav, I think the best answer, right, to your question and to generally that problem of strikers in our club, right, is the fact that we are apparently looking for a striker, right? Which proves the point that we aren't happy enough with our striking options, right? That's right. That's because, like, even today in the presser, right? Ange said that they are still active in the transfer market, whatever that means, right? But I'm taking his word for. I don't assume that he's lying, right? And we have journalists from that connected to our club saying that we are looking for a striker, right? Which for me definitely says that they are not happy with Richarlison, and they shouldn't be, considering his injury record for one, right? I think this is the worst part about Richarlison, is the fact that for over a year he hasn't been fit to play, right? Like, what use do we have of him if he is just not present there at all? And with Solanke, I am kind of like, I don't want to completely slate him and only look at the goals, right? Because I appreciate the fact that he works hard. I know it's a buzzword, right? And we tend to take a mick out of people who say that he works hard and he presses a lot and all that stuff, right? I think this part of a game is also important, right? But in essence, he's a striker. He needs to score goals, right? Which unfortunately, as you said, he's not clinical at, right? So I would really appreciate it if we actually brought in a competitor for him and a bit of a different type of striker that maybe doesn't press as much, but is more clinical than him, right? So in those games where we need a killer, where we need someone to finish off the game, we have someone like that, right? Because I think that the worst game for me, which I really lost my patience with Solanke this season, was the Southampton game, where we scored 5 goals in the first half and he wasn't involved in any of them, right? And I was like, what's the point of being a striker if you are playing the worst team in Premier League history pretty much, and you don't get involved in a 5-0 drubbing in one half, right?
You know the problem, Mike? The problem is that for a few years, Sonny had the best XG in the whole of Europe for chances converted. Yeah. And Sonny's gone off. You know, Sonny virtually hit the target. There was a period of time he hit the target more than any other player.
Yeah, we also as Spurs fans kind of have this, like, we are used to clinical finishers, right? We had Son and Kane for like 8 years or something like that, right? We are used to seeing clinical finishers because you give those guys a chance, right? You give those guys a sniff and they will put it out, right? Maybe not Son this season, right? But even last season, I think Son had plenty of chances where he was really clinical with it, right? So we kind of like, go on.
Right, the problem is Greaves, Chivers, Archibald and Crooks, Lineker, Sheringham and Klinsmann, and you know, going forward right the way through the game, right? You know, there are so many fabulous centre forwards and strikers that we've had, and unfortunately, I do think, you know, if you want to go back in the past and look at players' history, I actually said, you know, when Werner joined, I remember Werner coming down around COVID time with Leipzig, and he was terrific playing for them at centre forward. And I was told, you know, that was 4 or 5 years ago. So if you use that as a metric, then you look back to last season and you look at Solanke and you say the guy's got 19 goals in 38 games. So you look at it and you think, right, if we're going to buy this guy, how's he scored his goals? And you've got to play the same system to get the best out of Solanke. And we don't play that system. You know, he had Semenya on one side, you know, just pinging balls in. You know, that had a great partnership. We haven't got that. And Solanke has been asked to play a different role than he did at Bournemouth. So he's not going to score the goals because he's so much deeper, and it's wrong.
It's not got a history of strength, though, mate. Like, he's not, Lubo. This is the problem. Listen. By the way, I feel like people in the chat don't listen. I'm not saying Solanke's crap. I've never said Solanke's crap. I have said exactly what that comment said, which I completely agreed with. Solanke, where is it? Let me make sure I get this right. Solanke is okay. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But the problem is, I feel that our standards have gone so low now, so low, that we're now trying to hype up a striker who's not had a good career because of one good year. Yeah. How many players throughout the time have had one good season and everyone's hyped them up and then you don't see it again? He's a decent player. Yes, I've not by the way, people are going, you don't know what he does off the ball. I'm not talking about what players do off the ball. I'm talking about, like Mikhail said, when you buy these strikers, I'm not paying 60 million, whatever the fee is, for someone who works hard. If you want someone who works hard, you can get that for 20 million, right? You are paying 60 million for goals. I don't care what anyone says. And Spurs have spent, what 110?
100
between
on
105, right? On Richarlison.
57, 48,
Richie.
105 million.
105 million.
Before the add-ons.
Okay, cool. So before add-ons, we spent 105 million on 2 strikers that their careers tell you. Now, this is what you've got to go on. Their careers will tell you they are not prolific. Now, I said at the beginning of the season, I expect Solanke to get 14, 15 league goals, right? People are going, well, if he's fully fit for the whole season, he'll get 20. He's got 6 in 18 or 7 in 18. That's by that average, that means he would get 15 goals for the season.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we take a player who's had one good year at a smaller club, right? Where he's the main man. Is that fair? Is that fair if I categorize that right? This is the difference. Sometimes when you take a top player or the main player from a smaller club, and we go, oh my God, look at that season. Imagine what he could do with us. That doesn't always translate. That doesn't always mean, because everything Bournemouth did was played through Dominic Solanke. Tottenham don't play everything through Dominic Solanke. We're not that team. I'm not saying he's shit. I'm not saying he needs to be sold, but for 55, whatever we paid for him, I just think that it was a lot of money for a guy that's never produced other than 1 year. That's a fact, by the way. That's not me having a go. That's a fact.
Where do you think? How many goals do you think he'd get if Iriola was manager here?
Probably the same as last year.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
By the way, guys,
if he's got 7 and 18, Sav, if he's got 7 and 18, and last year was 1 and 2, he's 2 goals down on last season. 2 more, he's got 9 and 18. It's the same average, 1 and 2.
By the way, guys, like I also have to say that if you look at the recent seasons, right, and most teams in the league, right, hardly any team has a 20+ goal scorer in the ranks, right?
I agree.
It's usually Salah, Haaland, and maybe 1 or 2 others, right? Even Isaac and Watkins finished.
They were the 3, weren't they? Salah with the 3.
Yeah, and even Isaac and Watkins finished last season on 19 goals, right? I know this season probably will have a couple 20+ goal scorers, right? Because we already have like Salah over 20 and Haaland and Wood and a couple others are close to it, right?
18, I think, is your
Wood is on 19, I think, and all that stuff, right? But my point is, right, that scoring 15 goals or like 20 goals in the Premier League is not bad, right? It's actually quite
nowadays,
nowadays. I'm talking now, right? With the context of today's football, right? But that's partially because, right, most of those teams, they have a 15 or 20 goal a season striker, but they also have 15 goal a season winger and 10 goal a season midfielder, right? And another winger is chipping in with 8 goals, right? And when you look at teams, usually you not many teams are so like striker focused these days, right? Because those strikers do all those roles of like pressing and all that stuff, right? They do different roles. So if Solanke scores between 15 to 20 goals this season, right, I won't be ridiculing him for it, right? I don't think that, like, I'm talking mainly to the chat, right? We are not ridiculing players for scoring 15 or 20 goals a season, right? It's just that we shouldn't be like going on and saying that, oh, Solanke is world class and Solanke is this and Solanke is that, right? If Solanke was world class, he would be on 20 goals a season right now, like Salah is, or like Haaland is, right? This is the point I wanted to make, right?
Solanke plays in a team with the same sort of tactics you'd see at under 10 level.
No, mate, I understand, but this isn't his first season as a pro footballer. This is my point, Lubo. Right? At the moment, there are 19 players in the Premier League that have scored more goals than Dominic Solanke. 19, right? And there's about 7 or 8 on 7 goals with Dominic Solanke. I feel like people are. I don't think he's terrible, but nothing about him. Nothing. When I watch his hold-up play, his finishing. Nothing about him other than his work rate do I go top class. Nothing. He works. Hang on. He works bloody hard. I will never take that away from him. But nothing else about his game screams, And this is the thing. When we got people sitting there going, yeah, well, how many 20-goal-a-season strikers are there? Sure. But again, how many of them get talked about the way Solanke is talked about by our fans? I think he's an okay striker. I think he's an okay striker in the Premier League who's had one good year last year, which was 19. And we've done what we've done with every player we signed. And I'll say this, Danny, we used to talk about this sort of thing all the time. This is the sort of thing, if someone else had signed Dominic Solanke, we'd be sitting there going, can you believe they paid 55, I don't know, whatever million for Solanke? But because we did, he's brilliant. People are telling me his hold-up play is great. Watch his hold-up play. It's either brilliant or it hits him and bounces off. He is what he is for a reason. He's been at the level he's been at for 4, 5, 6 years for a reason. He's okay. But I don't know why we have to try and overhype every player we sign to be the greatest thing ever when they're not. They're not. Why Havertz? Look how much shit. Hang on.
The fans are desperate for success.
Ian,
that's the problem.
Hang on. I know. But look at Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz, he's shit. He's crap. He's this. He's still got more goals than Dominic Solanke. The bloke's hardly ever up front. He does the same job for Arsenal. Roams around the pitch, holds it up. He's got terrible finishing as well. But yet we'll look at him and go, what a waste of money. He's shit. But when it's our bloke, we're going, he's brilliant. Yeah. What's the difference between Solanke and Havertz?
Well, it's the same thing as like when Timo Werner was linked with Man United. All the Spurs fans were saying, "Oh, that's a shit signing," and it's like they can't wait for him to go to United, and then we end up signing him, and oh yeah, Werner's a good player, and all this kind of stuff. It's like yes, you're right. As soon as a player comes to Spurs, everyone's like the best player in the world.
If we're looking at getting a striker, right? Obviously, Gyökeres isn't going to come. Isak forgets. For me, the one striker, if he would come to Tottenham, that I would go and get is Vlahovic from Italy. I'd go and bring him in. I think he's a super centre forwards. You'd never get Lautaro Martinez either.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Sorry, Ian. Before we talk about getting him, can we look at the last 3 words?
Not good enough.
Sorry, can we hang on? I can't deal with silly comments. Hang on, sorry. Are we talking about Lautaro Martinez, who plays for Inter Milan and Argentina? Right. We're talking about Lautaro Martinez not being good enough whilst praising Dominic Solanke. Let that sink in, guys. Right?
Wasn't Martinez like top 3 or top 5 for the Ballon d'Or last season or something like that, right?
Have a look at this.
I think he was, right? He had like 50 goals a season or something in all comps, right?
Lautaro Martinez, look at his last 6 or 7 seasons. There's only one where he's got less than 20 goals. Look at that. 27, 28, 25, 21. He's got one where he's got 19. One, right? And we're gonna turn around and go, he's not good enough. Look at his goal record. It's nearly 1 in 2. What are we doing here? Like, I'll channel my inner Perchy. What are we doing here when we're sitting praising Dominic Solanke, but Lautaro Martinez, one of the only strikers in world football that guarantees you 20+ goals a season, and we've got fans saying he is not good enough. How many would Martinez score for Spurs?
Yeah.
Like, what are we, gentlemen, what are we doing? This is utter ridiculousness.
I also think Sav, because like I agree with Ian, right? I really rate Vlahovic. I actually think he's a quality player, right? The issue is we are Tottenham, right? They are not coming to us, right? This for me is an issue, right? Because like when I look at it, of course I would love like Isak or Gyökeres or Vlahovic or any other striker you can pick and choose, right? Like top striker that that everyone is raving about, right? The issue is Arsenal will be in for a striker this season. United will be in for a striker this season. Chelsea will be in for a striker this season, right? And as much as I would love if Spurs were in the same conversation as those guys, right? unfortunately, at this point, we are not, right? I hope and pray one day I will live to see Tottenham being in the same conversation as those clubs, right? But unfortunately, it's not now. But I think there are still strikers in Europe, right? Like a bit of a like lower level in terms of like fame and like, you know, and glamour, right? And, you know, because like Gyökeres, everyone is looking at him, right? We will see this battle in the summer, right? I think there will be like 10 clubs in for him, right? Like Sporting will probably get 100 million or more for him, right? I honestly wouldn't doubt that, right? But
you know where he's going, Mike, don't you? Yeah, he's going to
United. I think United.
He'll go with
I think United. Yeah,
he'll go to United.
I think we should target that like a bit of a lower bracket striker, right? But there are still quality strikers in Europe where you can find them and you can, you know, if you do proper scouting and you do proper, like, you know, analysis on them, right? You can actually find a striker that fits either Ange's system if he is still here or next manager's system, right? Which is why I like, yeah, as you said, Ian, right? I would love Vlahovic, but I don't think he comes, right? So I often debate, like even with my brother, right, whether there is a point in talking about those type of strikers, right, if you know they are not coming, right? Same thing with like midfield. I would love Ederson from Atalanta, right? But I think he ends up in like, you know, Barcelona
United
or a team like that.
You know what?
And we are in the conversation, right?
United will sell Rashford, Xerxes, Haaland. They'll get shot of all three, and they'll have the money for Gyökeres.
Can I just say, when I see comments like this, you know, when I turn around and say that Spurs fans have what they deserve, this gentleman here, you have what you deserve. When this is the guy that earlier on in this chat turned around and said Solanke's the top player, and now we're talking about Lautaro Martinez being dreadful. I'm just baffled, guys. I know that it gets silly at times in chat rooms, but how are we at a stage where our fans are looking at people, right? How are we at a stage where we're looking at people like Martinez and convincing ourselves that he's not better than what we've got? Like, I genuinely don't understand it. And it's Danny hit the nail on the head. Every single signing for Tottenham. Take Timo Werner, for example. Do you remember 4 days before Tottenham took Werner on loan? Anyone remember that Man United were about to take Werner on loan? Yeah. And every Spurs fan in the chat laughing. Man, you were getting Werner. 4 days later, do you know what? This is a good signing for Spurs. He suits the way. Hang on, shut up. What are we doing? Here we go. Ask any Inter Milan fan about him. Sure. So all the Inter Milan fans hate their top goal scorer every season. Just so I'm sure on this. This is what are we doing?
Just because Judge Woe doesn't rate him, right? And he's an Inter fan. Fair enough, right? We had fans that didn't rate Kane, right? There were mental blokes out there saying that Kane is average, right? I've seen the chats, right? Like 2 years ago, there were fans saying, "Oh, get rid of him. He is past it," right? "Oh, Kane is this, Kane is that," right? It's like,
have you seen? By the way, Mike, have you just drifting completely away on a tangent? You mentioned Harry Kane. I saw his stats today for Bayern Munich. 70 games, I think it was 72 goals and 20 assists.
Yeah.
Mental.
It's mental. He's pretty much scoring goal
a game.
He's
Dominic Solanke.
He's scoring a goal a game.
As Dominic Solanke.
No, do you know that's the problem nowadays, is that when you look at how far football has dropped in terms of the level, the quality of players around nowadays, it's actually really sad to see, because if you go back like 10, 15 years ago, like nearly half the Premier League teams would have a top striker or a really good striker, and it was so much more interesting to watch in that time. I mean, some clubs even had 2 or 3 top strikers. I mean, those are the days where, do you remember even when we used to have 2 or 3 good strikers? I mean, at one point we had Dimitar Berbatov, Defoe, Robbie Keane, and Pavlyuchenko, Super Pav, and then Man United had like Wayne Rooney. They had like Van Nistelrooy. They had Berbatov at one point. They had Tevez at one point in their squad. They had like
Ronaldo.
world-class strikers. Like gone are the days where we like teams are getting world-class strikers. Yeah, Canute and this is
without
the
wage
thing.
bill, Danny.
What's
Not
that?
without
Not
wage
with our
bill.
wage bill.
No, but I mean, even like for example, like West Ham had good strikers. You had like Bolton had good strikers. I mean, Bolton had Nicholas Anelka for a point. Like so many teams had really good strikers. What's that?
They had a Kocher, didn't they, Bolton?
Yeah, JJ Okocha, yeah, he was an unbelievable player. And this is, I think that's why it's sad to see, because it's like you just don't see good strikers anymore. And the problem is when people see a player like Dominic Solanke, right? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, York Cole showing him Solskjaer. Like when people see players like Dominic Solanke, because they're so starved of actually good players, they think what's around now is actually good, right? And that's the problem, because most of the players nowadays, especially strikers, are not good strikers. They're just able to score the goals in this time. Yeah, they work hard, but the thing is, it's just like nowadays, like you just see some strikers are suited to certain systems, right? You don't have a striker that you could pick up nowadays and put him in any team and he'll score goals wherever he is, right? Now that's the sad reality of it nowadays. Like even Solanke, he's another player that if he was in a different system, he will score more goals. Doesn't mean he's a better player. It just means he's in a system that suits him better. That's it. It literally, because if he was a better player, he could score goals in any system. That's take someone like Harry Kane. Harry Kane, you can put into any system on the planet and he will score goals because he's a goal scorer. He's a top player, right? It's like that. That's the difference with top goal scorers nowadays. It's so few and far between. And yeah, this is exactly it. You don't see footballers with footballing brains, strikers anyway. It's like you don't get like the Wayne Rooneys. You don't get all these top young talents coming
very
through.
Few,
all the time.
Danny. Like,
very few nowadays.
How many strikers with that brain and footballing ability in the Premier League? Isak, you would say, is a really good footballer.
Is the one, yeah.
Good
Isak
footballing
is
brain,
the one.
scores goals. Who else?
Isak for me is he's my favorite striker. Isak at the moment in world football.
Can I be honest with you guys?
I think
Chris
Haaland's another level, but he's a goal scorer. He hasn't got that all-round game yet. But Isak for me he's got everything. He's got a bit of everything. Isak, he's a brilliant player.
Guys, if we speak about like footballing brain, I have to say Chris Wood this season isn't bad. I know it sounds bad, but I actually think he's doing the job he's tasked with perfectly, right?
Sure, but I think what Danny's talking about is when you look before, for me, like
I was just
Delap has that. I see Delap as a battler, a goal scorer. But when we're talking, I think what Danny was, he'll tell me if I'm wrong. I think what Danny was talking about was that finesse, that ability to caress the ball, bring others into play, look around, link. I feel like now we're getting to the stage where all the people that are saying, oh yeah, if we use the Martinez example, he scores goals, but he's not that great. Well, hang on. When did we get away from goal scorers not being judged on scoring? Like, when did that become the secondary thing you look at? Back in the day, no one, when we were growing up, sorry, I think I'm a bit older than you, Danny and Mikhail, but Ian, when I was growing up, and they showed the goal scoring charts, right? Huh?
How old is Danny, by the way? Like, I'm 28 this year.
Oh, yeah. Look, when I was growing up, actually, let's go past when I grew up, right? So even when I'm a teenager, whatever, blah, 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 and I'm looking in the goal scoring charts and I'm seeing Fowler, Owen, Ferdinand, Sutton, Shearer, York, Cole, Sheringham, Darren Huckabee. But no one ever had conversations in the pub about them of, but all they do is score goals. Lubo, am I right? Or no one ever had that conversation. We turned around and went. So on. It was just one after another. There were so many good strikers.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
but not just in England. But it was everywhere.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, Sav, right? Like, it wasn't just the Premier League. It was every league had top strikers. Real Madrid, Raul and players like this. And they had you had Andrei Shevchenko when he was playing for AC Milan. You had all these teams that had one or two top strikers, the top clubs anyway. And they all had them. Nowadays, if you look across all of Europe's top 6 or 7 leagues, it's like you're trying to find the top strikers. There's not many around anymore. There really isn't.
And that's the problem. You take the top few clubs in England. Liverpool have got what I would call top strikers, not a centre. There isn't an out-and-out centre forward type like a Haaland.
Yeah.
Arsenal don't have a centre forward. They share the goals around.
Yeah.
Forest have got Chris Wood, but you wouldn't. He's having a great season, but you wouldn't put him anywhere near players like Haaland, would you?
Yeah.
Right. That's right. Now it's athletes in football.
Yeah.
Man City have got Haaland. Newcastle have got Isak. Chelsea have got Jackson, but they're not happy with him. Bournemouth, who couldn't even tell you the centre forward's name for Bournemouth.
Yeah, but both of them are injured, by the way, right now.
Villa have got Watkins. Brighton have got Welbeck. Again, okay.
And João Pedro, who is not really a centre forward, right? Again, like to your point, Ian, a lot of those clubs have those like working number 9s instead of those like typical centre forward profile of player, right? Just Fox in the box, I think is the saying, right? Yeah. Fox in the box.
Fulham have got Jimenez and Munoz. Brentford's not really a centre forward. There wasn't really a big centre forward that you would say, of the type who, like a Kane, like a Haaland. I'm not talking about ability. I'm talking about style. United haven't got. Palace have got Mateta. He's probably the best of the lower half centre forwards for me. Him and I also like Delap. I think he's got the makings of a really good centre forward going forward. He's come out. He's been taught the Pep way. He's come out of City. You look at the amount of players that have come out of City, youngsters that are doing well. Porro was ex-City, wasn't he?
Yeah, can I raise a point here, right? Because and I've said it on one different show. Like,
João Pedro, correct, Brighton.
Yeah, but one more point that I raised a few days ago on one of the shows, right? Because I see this a lot where, and me as a fan who started watching football like 6 years ago, properly watching football, right? Watching the leagues and all that stuff, right? I kind of understand why some of the like younger fan bases, younger fans try to elevate those players into this like world-class ability and status, right? Because look at it from this point, right? If you are watching football only for a couple of years, right? Salah is the best winger in the world in your world, right? When you started watching football, Salah is completely like on another level world class, right? But then what I see a lot is people like downplaying Salah because 20 years ago there were wingers that were better than him, right? More flairful and whatever, right? But I kind of look at it from this point of view that you kind of sometimes have to look at footballers in the context of like their era of football, right? Like Saka for me is one of the better examples, right? I've seen so many people just shitting on Saka, right? Because he's not like a winger of old, right? He's not like the best dribbler out there, and he doesn't do this and he doesn't do that, and he isn't like like Messi, like a right winger Messi, right? But in the context of today's football, I think Saka is one of the better wingers out there, right? Yeah, I think he is quality in the context, right? So I kind of sometimes try to defend those like younger fans that try to, elevate their players of their time to a status, right? But what I think is lacking is knowing the context, right? So I don't mind saying that, for example, Saka is world class, right? I don't mind saying that, but I mind saying that Saka is better than Thierry Henry, right? This is madness for me because, like, when you grow up and educate yourself, right, and you watch Thierry Henry and you watch other players like that, right? I think that only then you realize what those players were and what those players here are, right? Yeah, I think Salah is completely like the best right winger in the world right now, right? In my opinion, especially today, like on today's form, right? Yeah. But that's I don't mind saying that he's worthless, right? But I don't think those like younger fans should be like put down based on that opinion, right? I think they are all within the right to say that he's world class. It's just about like comparing.
It's not that they're put down on that opinion.
Right?
I just can't understand now. It's like when you have the Erling Haaland argument. People go, "Oh, but he only scores goals." Sorry, sorry, he only scores goals.
That's
The
his
day
fucking
we've
job,
got
right?
the day we get to that stage that we're saying, yeah, but that striker only puts the ball in the back of the net. I just find it mind-boggling. Like someone in the chat has said, like Lukaku. If you look at Romelu Lukaku, he's had a great career. Whichever way people want to knock him, that man has scored goals everywhere he's been. Still scoring goals to this day. He's on the TV right now, right? He scored like Lukaku has scored 85 goals for Belgium in 120 games. That's a
top goal scorer ever, right? Top goal scorer ever.
He's their top goal scorer ever, right? This is a man that he's got 85 and 120. This is a man that has got over 20 goals in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In 8 seasons in his career, he's bagged over 20 goals. People will go, "What, Lukaku? He's shit." You're like, what? I just don't get it anymore. I don't understand what players are being judged on.
Let me throw in. If you've got a right winger that does very little during a game but sticks the ball in the back of the net, what's your opinion then?
Yeah.
Seriously, he's our leading goal scorer this season.
But it depends what their job is on the pitch, doesn't it? It depends what's their job on the pitch. The centre forward's job is to put the ball in the net. If you've got a winger, the problem you've got is, I know you're talking about Brennan Johnson, right? The problem is in the games where he's not getting those tap-ins, like Danny said earlier, in those games where he's not getting the tap-ins, it's like playing with 10 men, right? Strikers are up there. They're not involved in the play out wide. They're not involved in the midfield. When Brennan Johnson's not doing anything out wide right, he gives his fullback as a field day, getting forward, don't track them back. There's a huge difference, right, between being the centre forward doing that and a right winger doing that.
But if you play him as a forward, not a winger, I think you'll get a lot more out of him. The hardest thing, the highest priced players. The hardest thing in football is to put the ball in the back of the net, which is why the strikers normally, I know Chelsea have bucked the trend, but the strikers normally bring the highest prices.
Of course.
Johnson scored twice playing out of position. Twice. 12. He's scored 12 games playing out of position. If he's played properly next to a centre forward, or as a centre forward, or playing not as a Haaland type centre forward or a Drogba type centre forward, but as an actual striker rather than a centre forward, and let him play in a proper team, better team with proper tactics, I think Johnson would really flourish.
Sure, but that wasn't the context of what I was talking about, right? We're talking about strikers. This is the point. Look, Brennan Johnson for me is very good at what he does in terms of he goes into the box and he taps in. I get it. But if we're going to talk about in the context of goal scorers, he's not a goal scorer, is he?
No.
You know what I mean? He's not a goal scorer. Jermaine Defoe, wherever he was in the last third of the pitch, you knew he was going to get that ball out of his feet. He's having a pop at goal. It's going to hit the target, right? That's a goal scorer. Johnson for me is a poor footballer that ghosts in and taps goals home. I'm not knocking that, but let's be fair. Not one of the clubs in the top 10 other than Spurs has Brennan Johnson, do they? If we're going to be honest about this, Lubo, does he get into any club in that top half of the table?
No.
By the way,
I can tell you this: Liverpool no, Arsenal no, Forest sold him, City no, Newcastle no, Chelsea no, Bournemouth no, Villa no, Fulham. I'll ask.
Maybe Fulham.
I don't think so. Brighton can't see him getting in above their wingers. This is the
Sav, by the way, I quickly wanted to add something on your Haaland argument, right? Because actually, like today, while I was watching the game again, like Arsenal against City, right? Our commentator said like this brilliant stat that I think really puts into perspective what kind of a goal scorer Haaland is, right? They said that he has played something like 315 games in his career, and he's on like 248 goals, right, in his career. And so he's like a couple away from 250. Leo Messi took like 330 something games to score 250, and Mbappe has had something like So like you know, in his entire career, Haaland is producing the same number as Messi, right? Pretty much.
Do you know what the scary thing is, Mikhail? The scary thing is that he's 24, I think. He's
24, right?
24 years old, right? At this age, 24, and he's done that. And because he's been around for a long time, because he's been playing since he was like 17. But the thing is, he's still got another 10 years in him, probably, if he's not stricken by injuries. Like, could you imagine what he could do in the net? And he's only going to get better as well when he gets older. He's going to get even stronger, more powerful, more clever, more. Or it's like even Kane. Look at Kane, right? Kane only developed his all-round game later on in his career, right?
With Jose.
Yeah, that's when Kane developed his all-round game. Like
as a 10. Yeah, but it was hard enough replacing Kane's goals. He was a 9 and a 10. He was 2 players in one.
Yeah, he
only
was.
towards the end, though. Only for the last couple of years of Spurs. It wasn't, and I think that's the point Danny's making.
Yeah.
When Harry Kane was
developed
4 years of age,
right?
This is where, you know, when I use the word revisionism, I'm not saying you, Lubo, but when people go, "Oh, Kane's what a great goal that is in the 92nd minute from Roma to equalise. That's a cracking goal." Angelino, that's a brilliant goal. Sorry.
No, but Sam, when we lost him, when he left, he was 2 players in one.
Mate, I agree, but the difference
was a double whammy, wasn't it? It was a double whammy.
Absolute double whammy. But you know, when people say things like now, like, "Oh, I'd have Kane over Haaland all day long," what people have got to remember is the Harry Kane that you know and love now isn't the Harry Kane at 24 years of age. At the age of 24, Harry Kane hadn't done anything, really. I think he's had his first breakthrough season where he got 25, whatever goals he got. But Erling Haaland at 24, as Mikhail said, look, he's got 270 goals in 331 games. And if you add his 35, 36 goals for Norway, whatever it is, this man's on over 300 goals by the age of 24. But the number of people like Sky Sports today, they couldn't wait to get to half time and highlight, "Oh, he's only had 5 touches." What does he need to do? He's a goal scorer. Stop trying to, we're trying to knock the top players whilst praise the average ones. Does that make sense, guys? Like when you look at the Erling Haaland argument, like, it's mad.
Of course it does. It's. And the thing is, he's only going to get better as well as he ages. He's going to become a better all-round footballer, and that's the thing. Like he at this age already, he's just insane in his goals. He's just a phenomenal generational goal scorer. Like there's not going to be many Haalands for a long time. Like it's like he's like, especially someone like I would class Haaland in that same kind of bracket as a striker as like the Messis of this world, and that kind of just because of his extreme ability to put the ball in the back of the net that many times consistently at a high level as well. Like if you look at his Champions League games, Savva, I think he's scored in every single, like I think he's had in appearances he's scored like, what was it, 50 or something, 60, whatever it is. He scored like
I think it was something like 51 goals in 55 games.
And he scored like the same amount of goals. Where is it? It's somewhere. I don't know if you can see it there, the Champions League goals, but let me have a quick look, see if I can find it.
I think Champions League goals, what 12 in 11. But for 6.
No, his all-round Champions League goals. Like since he's been playing in the Champions League, he's got like 50-something appearances, and he scored like 51 goals or 52 appearances or something like that, right? It's just insane. Like it's insane, and that's levels of what Messi and Ronaldo are doing. That kind of level.
That's right. Those are their.
That's like.
What is it? UEFA Champions League. He has 47 goals in 47 games in Champions League.
It's insane. It's insane.
By the way,
He's
82 goals.
13th on the Champions League goal scoring list, and he's 24 years of age.
Yeah.
Like,
And 82 goals in
He's
90 appearances in the Premier League. 82
Yeah,
goals
say
in
that,
90.
right?
That's
Again,
crazy.
look,
That's
when
crazy.
Eugene
He's going to
says things
smash
like this-
Shearer's record. He's going to smash Shearer's record if he stays in the league.
When Eugene says things like this, like, don't think passing range and vision that Kane has got can be taught. But Kane wasn't showing that at those ages. He wasn't in the team to do that. And the key thing for me is, and I'm not ever saying, guys, Haaland will. Haaland might never be a player that needs to. This is the difference.
Yeah.
Kane had to. Because when we sold Ericsson, it was shit. We ain't got a playmaker. The difference is this, right? I don't think anybody who's watching Haaland play in the Premier League now ever watched Haaland play for Borussia Dortmund. I don't think they did.
I did.
If you
seen him play
watch him play for Borussia Dortmund that don't play like Man City, a lot of his game was outside the box, holding it up, bringing players into the game. But we just go, he can't do it. No, at Man City, he doesn't need to. They've got Silva, De Bruyne, Gundogan, Foden. They had Mahrez. They don't need to, and I don't think people get this. I'm not saying Haaland's better than Kane, Kane's better than Haaland, but age is a massive, massive context to add here. He's 24 years of age, and what he's doing isn't normal.
No.
It's not normal to be doing that at 24 years of age. And yet he gets knocked every week by every football fan. I find it.
It's like, why do you think they call him robot? Because he is like a machine. Like he is not normal. He is a generational talent. Like you don't see this type of player once every 50 years. Like do you know like he's got. Let me give you an example, right? If you like with Haaland, he's what was I gonna say? Fuck, I lost it, man. Shit, I lost it. I was gonna say something, I lost it. I'll try and remember it. But yeah, I just think Haaland is just he's a player that comes around once every 50 years. Like there's not many players that's going to come around like that. I mean, if you look at all the world-class strikers we've had in the last 20, 30 years, right? He is going to surpass every single one of them in terms of his goal-scoring ability, trophies won. He's going to win. But by the time he's 30, he'll probably have like, I don't know how many Premier Leagues he's going to win or how many Champions Leagues he's going to win. He's going to have Ballon d'Ors. He's going to have everything. He's going to have everything. Haaland is going to have everything.
He's got 82 Premier League goals in 90.
Yeah,
have we ever seen a strike rate that I don't know? I'm asking, by the way.
No.
Has any other Premier League striker ever had that strike rate?
No,
Ronaldo maybe. Maybe when he was.
No, because you got to look at the top goal scorers like Shearer, Cole. I'll tell you the last person the only Spurs player to have those sort of figures, and they weren't quite as good, was Jimmy Greaves. Because his strike rate was phenomenal.
I was going to say Jimmy Greaves is the last person, because what people don't forget, English football, like in terms of his English football record in England, he's got way more goals than Shearer ever scored. He's got double. He's got over 400 goals.
No, I think he got 357 done it.
You sure?
Yeah, around 360.
In English football, not just for Tottenham, English football, his whole English career.
I think for Tottenham.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But
Jimmy Greaves.
I remember Jimmy Greaves played for Chelsea as well.
Yeah.
Like, at 17 years old, at 17 I think it was, he made his debut and scored a hat trick on his debut for Chelsea. I think it was a hat trick.
200 degrees. Greaves got 220. Was it in 210? I think Greaves.
Ian was right. He has 357 in 516 appearances in the league. Just in the league, right? In all competitions, 422 in 595 appearances.
Those are phenomenal figures.
Yeah, in English football, is the whole tier. I mean, he played for different teams. He played for West Ham, Brentford, Chelmsford, Barnet. He scored 400.
You think about it: A, without the protection; B, on mud baths.
Yeah.
Seriously,
yeah. He was
phenomenal in those days.
He was like the Messi of that era. He was he was a generational talent, like Haaland is in our era. And
for England, he scored 44 in 57 games. You know, I mean, Kane's leading goal scorer about 70, but Kane's played just over 100 games.
Yeah,
Green's ratio is better than Kane's.
Yeah, people who've never watched anything on Jimmy Greaves, they don't understand the quality of the player especially in that era.
He was the Messi. That's right. It was similar style, wasn't it?
He was if you watch his ability, like dribbling ability, he just run around players on that surface in that era. It was just, and he made it look like child's play. It was ridiculous. It was so easy for him. He was an unbelievable player, and that's like when you look at the way modern football is nowadays. Haaland is that generational talent to fit the mold of how football is nowadays. But what he's doing is just ridiculous. It's like Sav said. It's not normal. It is not normal at all.
Sav, can I just say to Sheriff that when Jimmy Greaves was shut out playing against Yeovil, I think for Barnet, he was about 55.
yeah.
But by the way, just found here, right? Just found here. Erling Haaland's goals to game ratio is so much better than any other striker the Premier League's ever seen.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
100%. Yeah, it is.
Right. Now listen, you might say some strikers have played more games than him, but hang on, where is it? Erling Haaland apparently has something like a 0.89 goals to game ratio. The nearest striker to that after that is Thierry Henry on 0.68. Right? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous how good Erling Haaland is, and ridiculous how much shit he gets. And I'll ask you this: imagine Erling Haaland played for Tottenham. We'd be telling everybody and anybody he's the greatest thing ever.
But it's not only from Spurs fans, right? He gets shit from like every single fan base, right? Because apparently he doesn't contribute enough in the game, right? Whilst being the best goal scorer in Premier League history in a couple of seasons, right? So but this is, although this is partially my point, right? Because I've seen a lot of people like shitting on Haaland because he's not as flary as Brazilian Ronaldo, right? Or he's not like, a striker of the 2000s era or 1990s era, right? Which is fair enough. He's not as like technically gifted as Ronaldo, right? But look at his bloody numbers, right? I know, what am I, a data analyst to look at numbers, right? But there is a certain point where, this transcends just being a nerd, right? As people call it, right? Like this guy has pretty much a goal a game in the Premier League, right? This is something unprecedented.
Do you know what, Mikkel? Do you know what as well? When I watched this quite a while ago, maybe about a year ago or so, I watched this documentary on Haaland, and even when he was a young kid, right? They were showing like parts of his play when he was young. Even then, he was smashing in goals like it was nothing, and like it was his growth to where he got to is just insane. Like he was still doing it as a kid. He was just so prolific in front of goal. Like he just knew how.
Danny, this is what makes me laugh. Danny, this is what makes me laugh. Like I'm seeing like Eugene in the chat. I love Eugene. He desperately is not listening to what I'm saying. He's not listening at all. He's saying, yeah, but what would Kane do at City? The difference is Erling Haaland was bought at the age of 21 to go to Man City, 21, 22 to go to Man City. At the age of 21, 22, Harry Kane had just got into our first team. There is a huge difference. Look, Eugene, I get it, right? No one's knocking Harry Kane, but you've got to look at, I feel like people like you haven't watched any other leagues. Danny just said there, look, everyone's making out as though he wasn't banging in goals for fun at Dortmund, at Salzburg, at Molde, for Norway. This guy is a goal-scoring machine, right? Yeah. And no one's saying Kane wasn't, but please can we bear in mind as well, here's a little bit of revisionism when people are going, oh, he did it in a Spurs side. Some of the Spurs sides Kane played in were excellent. Let's not pretend that every year Kane played in yes, towards the end, he played in a couple of seasons where it was like, oh, it's shit, hence he wants to leave. For a good chunk of time under Pochettino, Harry Kane played in a brilliant team that were really well set up. That he had assists from Son, Eriksson, Ali,
Rose,
Dembele. Walker, right? Rose, Walker. We're again. It's the revisionism. It's revisionism. Like, what was Kane doing? Can anyone find me? What had Kane done by 24? What had Harry Kane done goal-wise by the age of 24 in a top league? I tell you what, let's bring up Harry Kane.
Look at Ben's comment. Ben Kaufman. Big up, Ben.
Hang on, I'll get 1 second. I'm just on Wiki.
It's true what he said. I'll read it out. Actually, he just basically said that Erling Haaland's a freak. If you watch him at Dortmund, he showed his technical ability. He's not just a finisher, and that's exactly it.
Can anyone tell me what year would Harry Kane have been 24? If anyone can, hang on, I'll tell you what. I'm being really lazy. So Harry Kane.
I'll tell you. Harry Kane was born 28th of July 93. Yeah. So 17. So he was 24.
Yeah, 16, 17 season. Last season,
he was scoring goals for Spurs from 22.
Hang on, I'm asking at what age? No, I'm asking at what age?
16, 17 season.
Yeah, 16, I said. Yeah.
July 17, he was 24.
Okay, July 17, he was 24. So by that time in top football, Harry Kane had got 1, 5, 36, 46, 56, 60, 72. Harry Kane had about 100 goals by the age of 24, 25.
54, right? 75.
Erling Haaland's on 300 career goals by the same age. Like, there is, surely we've got to bring context to that conversation. No one's knocking Kane, but Kane wasn't a prodigy like Erling Haaland. He wasn't doing what Erling Haaland was doing at those young age. Kane, a different route. I'm not saying you have to have the same route. Harry Kane had to take the loan route 4 or 5 times, whatever he did going out on loan. Erling Haaland at the age of 15, 16 was being monitored by the best clubs in Europe. There's a huge difference. I'm sorry.
Ledoux said it in the chat. He said Kane is a product of proper hard work and dedication. Haaland has natural ability. I think that's quite spot on, to be honest.
Yeah, Kane was a later developer, wasn't he?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because he had to work very hard to get to where he got to.
He is the ultimate professional, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But I think
Kane, if you want a footballer as a role model, you look at Harry Kane. He's probably the best there is. In terms of lifestyle, the whole thing about training, mental attitude, the whole thing. There's no one better, I don't think, worldwide for mentality and as a role model, as a professional footballer at that level.
Harry Kane. You aren't listening.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
You're not listening. We're comparing them at that age. You're forgetting at the age of 24, Harry Kane isn't the link-up, build-up player that you see today. He wasn't that footballer. I don't know why this is so difficult for people to grasp that we're ranking them at the age of 24, not Harry Kane now at the age of 31.
Well, he's 31. Yeah, 31.
Yeah, 31.
32 this year, right? Yeah, 32.
Haaland is not clinical. He's got 300 goals by the age of 24. I think you've got to wait in terms of looking at Haaland. Danny, have you missed YouTube?
Oh my God!
It's mental, isn't it? It's absolutely mental. This guy has gone in. He's listened to us, and in his head, he's gone, "I'm going to write something," and his brain said, "No, don't write it. It's stupid." And he's gone, "No, I've got to," and he's written it, and we've all gone, "What?" He's not clinical. Sure, he's not clinical. He's just got the best goals to game ratio in Premier League history. Not clinical.
I think Jose came in 19, didn't he? Jose came in November 19.
Yeah.
And so you're looking at Kane by 20 sort of. If you're 31 now, I think it's interesting. I think for people to look in about 3 years' time, because Kane was playing deeper, playing balls in for Son all day long. By the time he was 27, be interesting to see. Haaland's figures are just going to go up and up and up. In terms of talking about whether Haaland develops like Kane developed in terms of bringing more to his game than just scoring, then I think people just got to wait and look at it and see what happens over the next 3 years. And if he's dropping deep and linking play as well as scoring goals like Kane was at 27, then people can say, he's got as much to his game, not just scoring. I mean, it'll probably be the highest goal scorer by the time he finishes his career, I'm sure.
Yeah,
goes on at this rate. But for people that are talking and comparing Kane in terms of Kane was a 9 and a 10, and Kane started being a 10 from the age of 27. Let's see how Haaland moves on, because I read a lot of people were very critical in City's bad run that Haaland wasn't contributing more outside of the box. He came in for a lot of criticism.
But those same people, were they City people?
Yes.
Right. Those same people a year before, when he's winning them Champions Leagues and trebles, was saying absolutely nothing. This is you know what you get when you buy a player like that. You've got to understand, Pep Guardiola isn't instructing Erling Haaland to do all that other stuff. You've got to understand that. When we're saying he's not doing this, he's not doing that, how do City play? They play, everything is the focal point is Haaland. That's the end goal. When Tottenham had to have Kane and Son, Kane had to drop deep and he controlled everything, passing. But Haaland might never need to do that in his career. Neither should he have to unless he needs to. For me, I think it was a sad indictment on Tottenham that Harry Kane had to be that good and develop that side of things. I think it was a real sad indictment that we didn't buy a playmaker. Harry Kane right now would love playing with someone like James Maddison.
Yeah. Saf, by the way, you
didn't have that for him. After Eriksen and Ali went, we didn't have that. We had midfielders like Sissoko and Winks.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So literally, Jose said, you know what, Kane, I haven't got a playmaker. Drop deep. Go on, control game, drop deep.
Saf, you completely nailed it, right? Because I, as a Polish guy, right, was frequently asked about like comparing Kane and Lewandowski, right? And which one is better, whatever, right? And I've always stated, right? And I think I even said it once on your show, right? That in this like context of Spurs in under Jose and Conte especially, right? Kane was a better suit than Lewandowski, right? Because Lewandowski is much more of a finisher, of a fox in the box type of player, rather than Kane, who had the ability to drop back and create, right? And be that playmaker that we needed at that point, right? Because there was no one else in that team who could perform that role. I'm not saying that Lewandowski doesn't have link-up play and cannot like play offensive football from creative football from time to time, right? But Kane was better at it. If you put Lewandowski, right, in that Spurs team under Conte or Jose, I'm sure he would still score a lot of goals, right? But those like balls that we remember, like, you probably remember a few of those goals under Conte, for example, that one against Aston Villa, where Harry Kane just, dropped deep and flicked the ball to Son, right? Who was just running. He didn't even see Son, right? He just did it from memory, right? This was something special that we watched, right? And this was because Kane had that ability, right? This is like exactly, Savva, as you said, right? It was a sad indictment, right? Because if you have class players like Son and Kane especially, right? If we had an ambitious ownership and ownership that had footballing priority, right? You would see Kane and you would say, this is the guy that will bring us glory. Let's build a team around him, right? Because we know, and we see it right now in Bayern, right? In Bayern, Kane is no longer doing all that link-up play, right? He does it from time to time, but he's not doing it nearly as much as he did for Spurs, right? And he's fox in the box, and as Ian has said, right, he's played something like 70 games for Bayern, and he has 72 goals, right? Which is absolutely mad, right? And if we had a footballing ownership that had football as priority, right, we would build a team around him and allow this 30-year-old Kane, our own player from our academy, to be the star and to lead us to glory, right? Instead, we had Winks, Sissoko, and other balance around them, right? Around him and Son, and we didn't support them in any sense. And this is why Kane left, right? because he was sick of doing all the job for the team, right?
If he'd have won trophies,
right?
If he'd have won trophies, he would never have left.
Yeah, I know, I completely agree, right? But this is the point, right? If we had footballing,
couldn't you argue? Sorry, Mikhail, couldn't you argue though on that point? And I'm playing devil's advocate. When we're talking about if he'd won trophies, he wouldn't have left. How many massive games for Tottenham Hotspur did Son and Kane not turn up?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, people go, oh, it's a team game. But again, how many of that brilliant Poch team played in semis and finals and didn't turn up? Like Son and Kane, they had their chances. We can blame Daniel Levy, etc. I know. Listen, we all want to. We all hate him football wise, not as person, but football wise. But we can say this, right? Is in those big finals. Where was Kane and Son as the talismans to step up? Where
but we can also say that if they didn't have Winks and Sissoko in the Champions League final, the game would be easier, right? So like you can look at
it. That wasn't the only final they played. That wasn't the only final or semi.
I know, right?
You could argue
making an example that if we had a better overall team, right, after the 16-17 season, for example, right, if we built upon it, right, and added more players and developed the squad, and that's why I said if they had football as a priority, right, then I bet you like those guys could win.
But if you look at the teams we played in the finals, which were Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester City, they all had better teams than us.
Much better teams. Yeah.
They were all their managers were all backed better than us.
Hang on,
Champions League definitely, right? That Liverpool team was like 25 points ahead of us in the league, right? And same thing with City in the Carabao Cup final. The only one I would say is Chelsea, right? Chelsea.
Hang on. Again, this is revisionism. Right? And I'll tell you why it is. For all of those Poch years, right? We were second, third, fourth. We were above most of those teams or around them. Right. So when we're going, the teams that we played were better than us, we were above most of them, most of those 4 or 5 years. So why is it that we were good? Hang on.
Ian only mentioned finals, right? That's why I said that.
Only finals. And those 2 great years, Sav, we didn't reach a final.
Hang on. But during that period of time, that Tottenham got to the. I love the revisionism that we get to finals and suddenly the players aren't good enough to do anything. They were good enough to get there. We were good enough to get to a Champions League final, but we weren't good enough to perform in it. Right? We were good enough to get to play Chelsea, Man United in FA Cup semi-final.
That's a fair comment. And the Champions League final for me was the biggest missed opportunity going because Liverpool weren't at their best.
Sure, but couldn't we say? Yeah, I thought yes.
Kane shouldn't have played anyway. He shouldn't have played.
Even before that, though, when you look at the FA Cup semi-finals, 2 in a row, the League Cup final, the League Cup semi-finals, where we were playing teams that we were level with in the league or above, and everyone went, but we didn't have the players. Well, hang on, we had the players to be above them in the Premier League. We had a bloody good team, but the problem is, again, who stepped up in those big games? We could do this all day long, right? Where, we failed Kane and Son. In the long term, yes. But in the opportunities, this is the fine line of football. Imagine we'd won one of those finals. Would we be able to sit here right now and go, well, Levy failed that manager? What if in the big games, like you've seen the big games in the Premier League against Arsenal and City, Kane and Son turn up? When it's the final, I didn't see them anywhere. And this can go for Kane in an England shirt, by the way. Watch Kane in a semi or a final for England. I don't notice him playing. And that's not a knock on Harry Kane. But this is the difference in the level for me, that when we want to put Kane's, people talk about one of the world greats, world-class superstar. Sure, how many of those world greats can, out of nothing, step up in a final? Look at Lionel Messi and Mbappe in the World Cup final. Sure. Everyone was going, Messi v Mbappe. They scored, 5 between them, had 2 assists, scored in the penalty shootout.
Sure. No, but right? you're talking about 2 of the best there, aren't you?
Sure, but that, okay, but if Spurs if we want to put Kane on that pedestal in those games, where was he? Where was Son? Both of them. Where was Eriksen? Where was Ali? Where was Dembele? Where were Walker?
I think
it's got to work both ways.
Right. Let me separate it then, Sav. Let's talk about the 2 years where we were up there near the top. And let me go for the biggest extreme, which was our best ever year, which was the 16-17 season, where we got 86 points. Now let's talk about the fine line between winning and being runners up. We were 7 points behind a great Chelsea team. They were great because Conte changed the whole thing. He had them. Funny enough, he started with a 4-4-2, and then he switched to a 3-4-3. And he switched after they lost to Arsenal, and then they went on that run of about 13 consecutive wins. But he had them training with 3 at the back from the beginning of the season, because he had in his mind that if the regular system that Chelsea were playing in wasn't going to work, he had them trained in to play in his way. I still believe that if Levy had stretched and pushed the wages up for Mane, those 7 points with Mane in that squad as well, when you look at what, in hindsight, everybody can say, fine, you're clever in hindsight. Yes, but I'm talking now with hindsight. If he'd have bought Mane, we'd have won that league, because Mane would have won us more than 7-8 points that we needed to beat Chelsea. And this is when people talk about the lack of backing. Right at the peak of Poch's team, he let Mane slip through his fingers that year. He let Wijnaldum slip through his fingers as well. He had Zaha in Poch's office, and he went and offered Palace 12 million.
Sure, but you've gone off.
He ended up buying
Sissoko. The point that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. You've gone off on a tangent about Lindsay.
The point I'm making is that if we'd have had a better team with better backing, then we'd have won those trophies and Kane wouldn't have left. That's my point. Regardless, yes, they didn't turn up in finals, but maybe in a league, maybe in finals with a better squad, we'd have done better.
Of course, but every club can say that. But my point is, we were in some wonderful positions year after year after year. And yes, I'm not sticking up for Levy. Yes, you can always do more. But when you're in the semis, when you're in the finals, and you're constantly not getting over the line, at what point can we turn around and go, all right, well, Kane and Son, I'm just using those two because they were the star players. Kane and Son, this is yet another big game where we're saying, where is Sonny who gets the ball, cuts in and beats a man? Where is Kane that gets it? Yeah, lays it off, gets it back and whips it in from 20 yards. It's, there's fine lines in this game. But to say, well, if we had done this, Kane wouldn't have left. Kane surely has to have a little look at himself as well in finals and say, well, if I had done more in those games, like, can you name me a final or a semi-final where Kane was good? I can't think of one. For England as well, by the way. For England. How many semis and finals he played for England? And I'm watching going, nope, nothing.
So this is something that's always levelled against Kane, isn't it? Until he starts winning trophies.
It's always going to be.
That's right. Take the Chelsea semi-final. We're 2-2. They were, I think it was 16-17, the year we finished second to them. We're in the semi-final, it's 2-2. I remember that lovely ball, was it from Ericsson for Ali for the equaliser. It was nip and tuck, and Chelsea hit 2 worldies. I think they brought Hazard, and they brought, who was the other midfield player? They brought off the bench, and they hit 2 worldies in the last 15 minutes and won 4-2. And that's the difference. Chelsea had a better squad, and they brought on, they had a better bench. That was the day Poch unfortunately played Sonny at left wing back, I think, which was a mistake.
You've just killed your own argument. You've just killed your own argument.
The game was level. It was nip and tuck, and then Chelsea had a stronger bench, and the last 15 minutes ran away with the game.
Sure, but again, okay. So again, let's look at this. And again, I know a mock sheriff. Close your ears. You're about to hear some Poch slander. You're not gonna like it. But we could turn around and go, well, if Poch had managed the final properly, right, could we have won? Now, we can argue, the benches, this, that, the other. Well, hang on. That squad got us to a final. You can't... How many games to get to a Champions League final? 15? 16?
Something like that, I think.
Right? 6.
Right. Roughly, just roughly. No, it's fine. Just roughly.
Ajax, 13 games that year.
Just roughly. It's a lot of games to get there.
12 games to get there.
right? It's a lot of games to get there. The squad gets there, right? The squad can't be that bad if it gets there, knocking out Man City. So what we're saying is, oh, we were good enough to knock out Man City over 2 legs, but we're going to blame Daniel Levy because who was on the bench for a final. For me, this doesn't, we can't have it both ways. We were good enough to dispatch Man City over 2 legs, but we're not good enough to beat Liverpool over 1 game.
Without Kane as well.
Without Kane in those lead-up games. We played Barcelona en route. We played Man City. We played Dortmund. We played Ajax. But then when we get to Liverpool, it's, oh, yeah, but Daniel Levy didn't do this. Sure, but Daniel Levy probably didn't tell him to do what he did in the final, dropping Lucas Moura, who would have been on cloud 9. So there's that. Now, I'm going to give you 2 more games, right? Chelsea, you just said it. The Chelsea semi-final, where he had Sonny at left wing-back. Yeah, we can turn around and go, look who they're bringing off the bench. But their manager also wasn't dumb enough to play one of their best players at wing-back, right? Now look at the FA Cup semi-final. I always get this confused. The year before or the year after against Man U?
Man United.
Right, which one? Year before or year after? Anyway.
It was year after. I think it was the year after, I think.
Anyone remember? Hugo Lloris was on the bench, so was Carl Walker. You're thinking...
He played ball in goal.
Right. But this is my point, Ian. We're all going, oh, Levy. Look at some of these decisions in semis and finals. Big clubs, they don't get to semis and finals and go, you know what, we're going to drop our number 1 goalkeeper and the best right back in the country.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't get to semi-finals and go, oh, my second best goal scorer, I'm going to play him at left wing back. It's surely everyone has to take accountability on that front, not just, I know we want to blame Levy for everything, but those are decisions that are difference between winning and not. And we get it wrong. Every time we get to a winning or not decision, those managers, Poch, I'm afraid, got it painfully wrong.
Poch got it wrong with Vorm. I think Ericsson put us 1-0 up in that game, and we gave away a stupid equaliser. Dembele lost the ball out on the touchline. Didn't have to. Bad control. Very rare for him. And ball was split straight across, and it was 1-1. And then they scored on the hour, didn't they? They had a shot from the edge of the box. It went under Vorm. And it wouldn't. And that was, unfortunately, that was a difference. And we all said at the time, Spurs should have signed Archie Gray.
Ian would have had him in about 9 or something playing in the Champions League final. But look, I Lubo, you know I agree with you, and I think Danny agrees, and I think Mikhail agrees. We all know that Spurs need better players and bigger squads, but we can't turn around and say that in those seasons where we were 2nd and 3rd and we were unbeatable at home and we had the best defence in Europe, we can't then turn around and go, oh yeah, but it's Levy's fault we couldn't win a cup final. Like that doesn't ring. We beat everybody in the league in those seasons. We were brilliant. But then when it got to the big games, we used the excuse that, oh, but did you see the teams we were playing? Well, yeah, we were above them in the Premier League. Like surely there's a... Surely
yeah, I mean, there's a bit of both, right? You can still say that we didn't have the bench, because I think under Pochettino we had the best first 11 in that period out of anyone, I think. And for a good 3 or 4 years, I think we had the best team, right? There wasn't a team in the Premier League. And some would even say we had one of the best teams in Europe at that time. We were playing some of the best football. We had the best records. And for us, and even with the substitutions, personally, I think it came down to Pochettino and his bad management in those big moments, in the biggest moments. I think it was Pochettino that let us down. I think he didn't play the right players. That final, there's no way Harry. I mean, I don't want to get into why Harry Kane shouldn't have started, because I know things that some of you might know. But there was a lot of reasons why Kane started, and he shouldn't have started. And then that decision, it shook the whole squad up, basically, from what went on behind the scenes. But that was the worst thing that could have happened, because Kane hadn't played in 2 months. He hadn't played a match in 2 months, and he goes straight into a Champions League final. I mean, it's the dumbest thing that Pochettino ever did, I think, for me personally.
I know the story. I know the story, Danny. I know the story.
Yeah, exactly.
It caused chaos, like even half an hour before the match.
Yeah, and the worst.
I heard the story.
The worst thing is, Ian, is that if anyone deserved to play in that final to start with Lucas Moura, 100%. And I actually think we would have won that final if Lucas Moura started that game. Personally, I actually think that would have happened. I think him and Son up front would have just caused chaos for that Liverpool team.
Danny, I don't think we really turned up that day. That was a massive missed opportunity because Liverpool was third that season. Was that the year? I mean, they finished something like 24 points clear of us.
You know what, Ian? This is why I blame Poch, because first of all, you take the guy who got you to the final, who had the most unbelievable game of his life, and he got you into that final, and yet you don't start him. That caused problems with half the squad, right? On the fucking day of the final, right? So you're already going into that game with half the players annoyed and pissed off that Moura hasn't started, and they don't want Kane to start because he hasn't played for 2 months, right? So you haven't got a team who are going into a final all geared up to go and want to win it. You've got players there who are going into a Champions League final, and half of them are pissed off that one player is playing that shouldn't be playing, and that already caused massive problems. And Pochettino, for his fault, because a week before the final, he's saying that he might leave the club after the final. I mean, who does that? What manager goes into a week where you're going to manage in the biggest game of your career and say that I might leave after, and then you're disgruntling the squad, you're disgruntling players. Ericsson was getting disgruntled at that point as well. He was already disgruntled that he wanted to go, but you're saying that you might leave at the end of this after the final, and it was just Pochettino killed himself. I think I think he was the creator of his own downfall, to be honest.
That last comment actually was spot on, because you've got a great goal scorer there. Do you leave Harry Kane out
when he's not fit? Yes. This is the biggest game of the club's history, and if you are going to play players over sentiment rather than fitness, listen. I think it's different if he gets an injury halfway through a game and you've got a decision to make. But if I'm not wrong, Lubo's got a superb memory. How long had Kane been out for?
Kane got injured in the 59th minute against Ajax in the home semi-final, I think it was.
It was 2 months. It was about 2 months. He hadn't played against.
Sorry, was it Man City? It was Man City, wasn't it?
Man City.
Right.
Man City,
April 17th. April the 9th.
Right.
The first leg was 17th.
He's missed 2 months.
Basically 2 months. Right?
That's right. He's a week short of 2 months that he's been out.
Okay, so he's missed 2 months of football, which is roughly 9 weeks. If we're going to go by let's just say he's missed 8-9 weeks of football. Right, in that time,
played for 3 weeks, have we? We haven't played for 3 weeks before the final.
Sure, but in that time, that was weird as well. That was really weird, weren't it? The massive gap. But in that time, Tottenham have secured their place in the Champions League final without him. Right, in multiple games without him to get to the final. We then go to a final, and we're playing a player who, I mean, I don't know. What was he, 50% fit? 40%?
Not even, probably not even
right.
that. He wasn't ready to play, Sav. What happened? He told them that he was ready to play. But the medical team, everyone said he was not ready to play. But, of course, Champions League final, he told Pochettino he wanted to play. And also there's some other things, other reasons why he played, financial reasons from the club, but Pochettino decided that if he said he's ready to play, he's ready to play, and that decision was just disgusting, to be honest. I think
I genuinely think
Spurs.
Let me ask you guys a question then. Does that go down as one of the worst management decisions of all time?
Yes, for me it does.
Pep Guardiola not starting Rodri against Chelsea, maybe that one.
And no centre forward either, Michael.
And no centre forward.
Sure, 4-9, did he that day? Both.
Sure.
That was incredible. They won 1-0 Chelsea, didn't they?
Sure, but let's put this in context. This is a Tottenham team that hadn't won anything for multiple years, right? It's a top.
Yeah, it's Savva. I just threw it out there.
I just feel like it was. I just feel like, listen, I liked Poch until the end. I liked Poch, but again, I try to look at things without my Spurs glasses to make football debates fair, and I just think he got massive things wrong. You look at all these big decisions. I'll give you another example of Poch when he got things wrong in massive games.
Son left wing back.
Anyone? Yeah. Well, we talked about the Son left wing back. We talked about Walker and Lloris not playing the one after. We've seen the final in the Champions League. Who remembers the North London derby when this guy decided to put Toby Alderweireld on the bench and start Wam Foyth? And Arsenal scored 4 goals and Aubameyang ripped us to pieces. Yeah, and you're thinking, what are you doing? Like, he just had this knack of, rather than saying, I'm going to stick with what worked, he tried to, Pep's got a bit of this, but Pep's a serial winner. Yeah. Poch tried to overcoach and overcomplicate very simple situations. And then you get the narrative, he didn't really care about the League Cup and Semi-Cup, FA Cups. He didn't care about them even though we were in the finals and semis. That doesn't wash for me. That doesn't wash that you've got all the way to the semi or the final of the cup. And then we've gone, yeah, but Poch didn't really care. I'll have a day off. You don't get to the semi-final at Wembley and decide, you know what, let's tinker. Like, it's mind-blowing.
I think, Sav, on a general level, I think Poch prioritised the league and the Champions League ahead of the League Cup and FA Cup. I mean, I went to Palace in the FA Cup and he left half the team out. I went to Dortmund in the UEFA Cup in the last 16 and he left 5 out that day. That's you turn up in Germany and half your team's on the bench. I mean, all left at home. He did prioritise the league. He did prioritise the Champions League. I agree with Leslie Crawford's comments that regarding Kane and the European Cup final, it was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Me personally, I would have played Mora and I would have played Kane as well. Apart from
that's the bigger decision. Why does it have to be either or? Either or.
That's right. I would have played both. Apart from little bits and pieces of magic like Ali's layoff to Mora in the semi-final in Amsterdam. Ali had a poor 3 months before for his level. That's right. Ericsson and Dele out of form.
Yeah, I remember that.
Before the final. I would have played Ericsson because he's more creative. And you could have had Mora playing off Kane instead of Ali playing off Kane. But Mora couldn't have done the job that Ericsson did. So I would have played Ericsson. I would have dropped Ali for the final and I would have played Kane with Mora just off him. And that's how, and that way, there would have been, for me, a better balance than playing Kane. Kane was that good that you look at it and you think, even if he's 60%, 70% fit, that he's that good. He can bring about one flash of magic and you can win that final. And I think Poch put him in possibly for that reason. He was Mr. Tottenham, wasn't he? He was such a massive personality there.
I understand that, but the thing is, when you're a manager, you are. This is the difference between the greats and the Poches, right? Top managers make that decision. That's the difference. Top managers,
that's right. They don't care who's on the bench.
Right, exactly. They don't care. Now, for me, going to Danny's point from earlier, and after this, I do want to have one last conversation before we go. Right? For me, I think you pull Lucas Moura aside. And you say, do you know what? We're here because of you, right? You go out there and you give the best performance of your life. Now, if you remember, it wasn't just the goals he got in the Champions League. I seem to remember that towards the end of that season, he had a good little streak of scoring goals. I remember he got a hat-trick against Huddersfield, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
He got a few goals. Surely you put your arm around him and you say, you're my guy. We are here because of you. Cuddle him. I don't mean literally, but put your arms. Can you imagine Harry Redknapp in that situation? The man management of Harry Redknapp in that situation. You're my boy. Go out there, have fun. You deserve this. This guy, Poch, took the guy that gave all of those players their best night in a Spurs shirt, removed him, right? Unfortunately, it's now become the Kane Moura debate where, Ian, you're right. Just because Kane started didn't mean that Moura doesn't have to. This was weak, piss poor management. And everyone who, I know we have people who go, it wasn't a penalty, it wasn't a handball. Whether it was or not, there's 90 more minutes to go. You can't just go, well, we lost because a penalty was given in the first minute of the game.
It does
90 minutes.
So it changes the dynamic of a game because Liverpool sat back after that. That was the worst decision I have ever seen in my life, ever. In any match, for as long as I've been watching football nearly 60 years, that was a disgrace. It went off his chest, onto his arm, and he gave a penalty without even thinking about it because he wanted to make a name for himself, that ref. It was appalling.
Lubo,
and you had a situation where Liverpool then sat back. Sav, they then sat back. The goal changed. The goal changed the dynamic of that game. You'd have had two teams going more open game at 0-0, and it would have been a better game. This way, Liverpool sat back and said, "Right,
I get it." But Lubo, that's for us as fans to moan and cry and spilt milk. That's for us as the players, right? And as the manager. They're there in a professional capacity of, right, the dynamics changed. Surely we would have trained for what happens if we go one down early on. Surely we would have trained for what happens if we go one up early on. What do we do? The manager had 90 minutes to change it up. The players had 90 minutes to lick their wounds and play. We are not the only team in world football that have gone a goal down in a final, right?
No. I agree, and I said a few minutes ago, this was our biggest missed opportunity out of all the finals against Chelsea and City. I think we lost to Chelsea twice and City once. They are stronger.
United once in the final, wasn't it?
No, that was 09. That was 09. That was on penalties. That was when that was on penalties. That was the season United reached the Champions League final at Wembley and lost to Barcelona. So it actually wasn't a bad result to get there and draw 0-0 with them in extra time. I think we lost 4-1 on penalties. But going back to the finals, that was the game for me, out of all the finals, that I felt more let down. I was elated. I walked out the grounds and thought to myself, do you know what? I can't believe I've actually seen Spurs in the Champions League final in my lifetime, because I never, ever thought that would happen. But I also thought it was the biggest missed opportunity because Liverpool were not at their best. That was probably one of their worst performances that season, and we should have taken advantage, and we didn't.
Sure. But what would a top manager have done at 1-0 down? Again, this is what I'm saying, Lubo. As fans, we cry over spilt milk, right? As a football team with 90 minutes to go, the manager's job is to go, okay, the dynamics changed here. Okay, I'm going to change, right? But we didn't. We didn't get going. We can talk all day long. Teams sit back. Yeah. That's not an excuse for losing a final. But we've got excuses for days for everything. For me, I think it was a penalty. I do think it was a penalty. In the laws of the game, we don't hear what I'm saying. As a football fan, we hate it. As the law of the game, it was a penalty, right? Whether it's soft, silly, that's the law of the game, which is shit, right? But with 1 minute gone, I sat there and said to my mate, I was watching it with a Liverpool fan, right? And I sat and I said to my mate, 90 minutes to go. Surely anything can happen. And for 90 minutes, I watched Spurs be utterly toothless for 90 minutes. And we can say we sat back. So what?
I spoke to several friends who support other clubs, and they all said it was, for me, it was, on the edge of the seat because it's your team in the Champions League final. But for the neutrals, they said it was the most boring final they've seen for years.
I agree. But then that's Poch's job. That is, listen, you've got to agree, right? Forget whether the penalty was a penalty or not. Let's say the penalty should have been given and we go 1-0 down, right? Hang on here. If we go 1-0 down to a penalty, right? Forget whether it was controversial or not. The penalty's been given, you're 1-0 down. Their manager's going to say, right, guys, sit back a bit, right? Our manager's then got to go, okay, they're sitting back a bit. Right, guys, come in, huddle up. Here's what I need you to do. You, get out there. But we didn't. We just did nothing for 90 minutes. So for once, I think we've got to stop blaming. We blame everyone else. We blame everything. When Newcastle beat us, oh, but it hit Joe Linton's hand. Oh, but Sissoko wasn't a penalty. When are we going to take it upon ourselves to stop playing the victims and stand up and be counted? When? We've had so many opportunities and we don't. We want to play the victim forever. Every time we lose, oh, the ref hated us and oh, VAR gave a bad decision. When the VAR decisions go for us, we don't complain. When Liverpool had a perfectly good goal disallowed in the game where we beat them and they had 9 men. Remember that? Right?
They did score from a free kick that shouldn't have been given, Sav. They did score their one goal.
You've done it again. You've done it again. You can't stop making excuses for Spurs when we're shit.
I'm quoting facts as I see it. Udogie didn't touch the bloke. They scored their goal from that free kick. Should never have been given. So one balanced the other for me.
But it was. But my point is, Lubo, decisions go for and against everyone. Correct. It cannot be every time we mess up that we want to blame everyone else. Oh, the ref's been against anybody else.
By the way, Angus, you don't get to talk with your fan base, by the way. Sorry, we might be insufferable, but what your lot are doing, sorry, mate. Like the amount of meltdowns I've seen yesterday about the Liverpool penalty, right? The refs are against us. Jesus Christ! Like,
listen, I know every fan base does it, Phil. I know, but me as a football fan, I was brought up not to blame everybody else for everything that happens. Yeah, I live by a belief that sometimes when shit things happen, you have to look at yourself as well as other people. Yeah, and this is the thing. We've had so many opportunities where shit decisions go against us. Dust yourself off. Go again. No, rather that what we're going to do is we're not going to do anything for 90 minutes, and then we're going to let that be the reason that we didn't win the final. We didn't win that final because we didn't get going, not because of a penalty.
Yeah, but by the way, I think all of us agree, right? We didn't turn up for the final, right? In addition to all the bad decisions we mentioned previously, right? It was just,
there we go. So we could do this all day long, right? And by the way, Chris is a fully qualified referee for football. He's a fully qualified ref. But again, we can all do this down the years, can't we? We can all do this. Decisions that have been given. For me, why do Man City's, Chelsea's, Arsenal's, Liverpool's, why do they win trophies? It's not because they get all the luck. It's because they get shit done. And we haven't. Look, last thing I want to talk about really quickly for 5 minutes. I love this. Savva is not a Spurs fan. Takes other teams' side 9 times out of 10. Savva, the Spurs hater. I haven't nominated Swat in the chat yet. We've just found it, haven't we? David D. Do you want to come on, David? Talk to me. What Savva does, Savva doesn't want his show to be, poor Spurs and we were unlucky. Well, Savva wants to talk football with his Spurs hat off, right? To try and make the show more interesting than all the panelists sitting around and going, it's very unlucky. But imagine we all agreed. How shit would it be?
Yeah.
How shit would it be? If it wasn't as if it 1-0, it was game over. This is my point. We had so much to go. Guys, just quickly. I just want to talk about this really quickly. Right? I know what will happen when I bring this up. People will start finding reasons why they didn't want the players. But if these players had signed, they would have found reasons why they were amazing. Spurs have been rejected by 3 footballers in 48 hours.
With Mwani as well, another one. 4.
Mwani, do you know what, Danny? Do you know what? Let's add in Mwani. There we go. Mwani. Guys, not a good look for Tottenham Hotspur, is it? Bearing in mind 3 of this 4. No, actually, bearing in mind all 4 of these weren't regular starters for their team.
No.
Look.
Do you know? I think the best out of the bunch would have been Tomori. I think he would have been the best out of the
Agreed.
bunch, right? I think Muani would have been a good loan if we could have got him, but that was never going to happen, especially when Juventus are interested in him. And Tell, I think that would have been the biggest, another £60 million loan if we had gone and bought him. Because for me, I haven't seen anything of Tell to make me think he's worth 60 million euros when he hasn't even scored a goal this season. I don't think, right? So, I mean, it's just, do you not think? I mean, that Diassi, I don't really know a lot about Diassi, to be honest with you, so I can't really say.
Danny, I can tell you one thing, right? There is a reason why his nickname is Disastersi, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like I honestly think, right, as much as the narrative I think is right that we are getting rejected and all that stuff, right? Me personally, I think we dodged 2 bullets there. I think Disassi and Tell. I think we dodged 2 bullets, right?
I think Tell, and I think definitely Tell. I mean, Diassi, then yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously the only thing I can go by is there's a reason Chelsea don't want him, and that's the only thing I can go by. So,
which is the same reason why he would be shit for us, right? Which is basically he has
turned us down. So he's shit and turned us down. I mean, that's embarrassing, isn't it? By the way, I'm not saying I wanted
funny, by the way. Yeah.
I'm not saying I wanted all of these. Listen, again, I think people have got to understand I'm a host of a show. I'm asking questions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't just turn around and go, they're all shit. Like,
yeah. So Sav, in my opinion, right? I think, by the way, funny thing with Disassi, because I've seen reports that apparently he has agreed terms with Villa, but Chelsea doesn't want to loan him to Villa because they are a direct competitor for top 4. Right? Whereas they want to loan him to us, but he doesn't want to come to us, right? Which is like a funny, freeway.
It's funny how far. Do you know what, Mikko? It's funny how far we've fallen, right? In terms of players actually don't even want to come to Spurs anymore. First, it was managers, right, who don't want to come to Spurs. Now it's players. Now it's players as well.
And by the way, it's openly in the media, right? Because usually those things can happen in the background, right? And by the way, Tell apparently is going to United, right?
Yeah, well
I've seen it today. Tell. That guy from Bayern Munich, he's going to United apparently. He said to the Bayern board that he wants to go United, right? So,
just so you know, while we've been on the show, Borussia Dortmund have taken Chukwuemeka from Chelsea on loan. Rashford.
Oh, Chukwuemeka. Sorry, wrong guys. Yeah.
Rashford.
I was thinking about Chukwuemeka.
Rashford has signed for Aston Villa on loan.
Yeah.
It's official. There's a picture with him in the shirt and everything. Florian Plettenberger said, done deal. Stefanos Tsimas will join Brighton, starting in the summer. I'm just trying to see if he's done anything lately on Tell. Chukwuemeka, is in Dortmund right now. I like Plettenberg. He's got some good old knowledge, hasn't he? The interesting thing about this, the funny thing for me is, we're all sitting here as fans going, Disassi shit. He's shit. And he's sitting there going, I ain't joining Tottenham. There's a certain irony in that, isn't there? That we all think he's shit. The club have said, sure, let's go and get him. And the players going, nah. But again, when I said, and Lubo always take the piss out of me, when I said that Villa are a lot more attractive than Tottenham.
Yeah, they are.
Look at the players going to Villa. They're more attractive than us.
They haven't got
Asensio, right? Yeah, Asensio.
So anybody's more attractive than us.
Do you know? I had people.
Not anybody. I mean, in the food chain, we're one above Wolves. So Danso didn't go to Wolves and came to us. So food chain.
Do you know what? I was thinking, sir. I think it's quite funny, right? Because whenever we compete with the clubs, like the bigger clubs, right? When we were a better level, more attractive proposition for players to come to us. Like, for example, Luis Diaz, Liverpool stole him last minute kind of thing, and Willian, Chelsea, and all this kind of stuff, right? It's like I've got this feeling that I know Daniel Levy is an egotistical man, right? So it's like Daniel Levy has to get this feel that he's better than someone else. So all the big clubs, right, that have taken the better players from us when we've like had them and we're about to sign them, And then what he's done is he's gone to all the lower clubs where they're going about to sign players, and he's gone and taken them because he can't bother to go and get a better player who actually would actually improve us. I mean, it's like he's got this egotistical thing where he has to one up on someone, right? He always has to one up on someone, and it's like he can't do it to big clubs, so he's got to still like we stole Dan Juma from Everton. I mean, all these kind of ridiculous players that don't really do anything for us, and it's just like
or Maddison and Richarlison deal, right? Where they have to sell, and he just comes in and slaps money down, and he's like, "Oh, I will financially bully you," right?
Yeah. It has to one up on someone. That's the only way he gets deals done, and it has to be financially viable.
Every negotiation with him is a battle, is a war he has to win.
Yeah. But. I just want to say this, right? By the way, Eamon, I don't know. Listen, Emery's a good manager. Can he get a stint out of Rashford for 4 months? We'll find out. We know what Rashford's capable of. The question mark has never been his talent. It's been about can he get the application? Maybe if he's playing for a contract, full-time contract, maybe, just maybe. But just quickly, sorry, my man, I love my man Eugene, but this is wrong. When you're saying players aren't joining because we don't pay, we agreed personal terms with Tomori and with Tell and with Mawani. None of these players are not joining because of wages, mate. The players aren't joining because they don't want to join. That's why, and I don't know about you guys, I've never seen it so much in one window where you see Spurs have agreed terms and you go, oh, and they go, player to make decision, and you're like, right? Mm-hmm. That happened with Mawani. Spurs offered to pay, didn't we offer to pay 100% of his wages? And he went to Juve, who offered to pay none of his wages, if I'm not wrong. If I'm pretty sure I saw that, right? We offered to pay his full wages. We offered to pay Tell's full wages, right? We offered to pay Tomori's full wages. And
we wanted to buy Tell, right? Which is Mawani was supposed to be alone, whereas Tell and Tomori were supposed to buy them, so we had to pay full wages, right?
Yeah. And the other one, Desassi's wages wouldn't be a problem. He's on 80 grand a week. Desassi on a loan, his wages wouldn't be a problem. So this for me, I see this a lot this weekend. This is a really lazy narrative again that we want to throw at Levy. Now we can throw all the other shit at Levy, but that's not the reason those players have not come to Tottenham Hotspur.
No, no, definitely not. I mean, in the past, we can definitely say like we don't. I mean, if we're gonna use that stat of we don't, or that kind of opinion, we don't pay players. Well, our overall wage budget is lower than other teams. Levo. Other teams that we're supposed to be competing against. Yes, that's correct. But in terms of the players that we've gone for this window, it's just Dave just didn't want to come because we're just shit, basically. That's literally it. We're just shit at the moment.
And Scott, listen, there's a lot I don't agree with you on, but I've got to agree with you on this. I see Eugene earlier say that Villa are terrible at this, terrible at that. Villa are like 4 points off Champions League football. They're in the knockout stages of the Champions League. They're about 13 points above Spurs or whatever they are in the Premier League. I genuinely don't know how we can shit on them at the moment. I genuinely don't know how any Spurs fan has watched the last 4 or 5 years of what they've done and gone, yeah, let's shit on Aston Villa.
And by the way, Saf, you know what the most impressive thing is, right? They were in the Championship 5 years ago.
I know.
It's not like, because, you know, if you took like an established Premier League team that has been here for like 40 years, just, you know, taking money in, like, and they were finishing like 10th and 8th and all that stuff, right? And you just took them like Newcastle, basically, although Newcastle were also like flirting with relegation and stuff, right? But you get my point, right? It's not only the fact that they are above us, so far above us right now, but also the fact that they were so far below us a couple of years ago, right? And with like proper recruitment and proper, you know, financial backing and with logic, right? They used logic and they have the ambition to do well in the footballing world, right? And they are ahead of us now. Like, how simple is that, right? They bought better players than us. They have I find think we are funny. Comparable, right? But it's funny that they are so far ahead of us.
I find it funny that they get rid of Lange. We take Lange, and they hire Mochi, and then as soon as that happens, they've taken over us in terms of where they are at the table, and they've become a better club.
I love it, mate. I love it. Like, again, like this, I love my man Eugene. Like all summer, he was telling me, "Oh, Villa had a shit window. This signing was shit." That still going at it. Look, still going at it. How shit their signings were. As Aston Villa finished in the top 8 of the Champions League, they are on track to still. They could qualify for the Champions League through the Premier League again. And when people, again, I think it's I have this debate with Lubo. When people are telling me they've regressed since last year, I think they're not understanding. Aston Villa last year didn't have Champions League football. They're playing in the league and in the Champions League where they're having to put out their best team. It's not like us in the Europa League where we're chucking out 17-year-olds and going, oh, aren't our kids good? Aren't our kids good because we beat Elfsborg? They're playing Bayern Munich. Right, they're playing top European sides, have finished in the top 8, while still being within touching distance of the Champions League in the Premier League. Yeah. And we're going, Aston Villa didn't have a good summer. What? Really? Yeah. Aston Villa in this window have signed Marlon, Asensio, and Marcus Rashford to help them with their forward areas.
And Savva, can I add one thing on top of that, right? Because we are trying to do this like buy young, sell, buy cheap, sell for a lot of money, right? They just bought, like, how much was Duran? They bought him from, I think, MLS. Euros. Yeah, but I'm talking about like they bought him from MLS, I'm pretty sure, right? Yep. For like 5 or 10 million pounds or something. And they just sold him to, albeit it is Saudi Arabia, right? So the money is inflated and all that, right? But they just sold him for 70 million pounds or 65 million pounds or whatever, right? And Diaby, same thing. They bought him for 50, they sold him for 50, right? It's like they aren't afraid to sell players when they have to and sell players on a high where they are worth money, right? Whereas Douglas Luiz, right? They sold
Philogene, Mikal. Look, they bought Jadon Philogene in the summer and sold him for more money 5 months later in the January transfer window, hardly playing him.
Yeah.
They're just better run than us. They're a better run football club than Tottenham Hotspur, right? And the reason why we use them as the benchmark, right? When people are going, why are we comparing, blah, blah, blah. The reason why is because 5 years ago, they were in the Championship and they had to sell their best player for 100 million like we did. What we've done is go, oh, but you remember we lost Harry Kane.
They
sold Jack Grealish and they've gone, like, proper run club. Their recruitment is good.
That's the difference. Sad, that's the difference. They sold Grealish and they said, right, how are we going to get over this? Who are we going to buy? What are we going to spend? We are an entertainment company playing in a global bowl. That's what we are. This is not a football club anymore, guys.
I know, but look at the state of our fans. Look how many fans in this chat, Lubo, are going, yeah, but we've got a plus goal difference. Villas is minus. They're 10 points above us. I know. The Champions League knockouts. And
who would you rather have, the points or the goal difference? I mean, come on, guys.
Honestly, this fan base is dead.
Savva, I want to ask all of you: Would you take Asensio on loan right now?
Yes.
Yeah. On Twitter, I said that I would have that player. Do you know how many Tottenham fans says that he's dead? He's shit. I was like, how is he shit compared to what we are witnessing right now? Like, I would take him in a heartbeat right now. He would improve our first 11 right now. I mean, and do you know what the sad thing is, right? Do you know what the sad thing is? The sad thing is, right, that this guy, Asensio, right? People say Brennan Johnson's a better player than Asensio because his stats shows more goals. That's what modern day fans do nowadays. They'll look at they will say, oh, he's got 10 goals. He's got 8 goals. Asensio's got 2 goals. He's better. It's like, do you watch football? Like, honestly, it's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. I mean,
I've never known, Danny, I've never known anything like it. Like, I don't understand how we sit here, right, as a fan base. And look, I had this massive debate a couple of years ago, like with Henry and Sean, and I said that Villa were more attractive. Villa are going places, and I was told it was a flash in the pan. Well, that was 3 seasons ago. Since then, they finished above us every season. This will be now, if they do, and I think they will. They're 10 points clear of us and they're strengthening. This will be 3 years in a row they finished above us, right, in the Champions League. And we're finding ways. We're saying things like Aston Villa will be a flash in the pan. They'll be nowhere in 2 years. But based on what? Their owners go into transfer markets and buy players.
Yeah.
And by the way,
They've got a good
same thing
manager.
with Forest. Same thing with Forest and Bournemouth. Look at those owners and look at their ambition, right? I know it will take time and for those clubs to build, right? But you can read up on those things, right? Bournemouth have an extremely ambitious owner, right? Who is also like, who has a lot of money, right? He will keep investing money. Look at Bournemouth's like transfer windows, right? Yes, they will probably sell Kerkes in the summer window. Yes, they will sell Semenyo in the summer transfer window, right? Because they are not big enough club to resist, like, and to keep players, right? But they will keep building and keep getting stronger, right? And Aston Villa is that, but on another level, right? Because they are actually a good big club from a big city with a big following, right? And with an extremely ambitious ownership, right? And by the way, just quickly, because I want to add to like people comparing Johnson and Asensio, right? Just so people know, right? Asensio is 29, has 3 Champions Leagues, 4 Club World Cups, 3 champion. Yeah. He's been the champion of Spain 3 times. He's won the World Cup, right? He's won UEFA Super Cup 3 times, and plenty of other, trophies, right? In his trophy cabinet, right? As a player. And people want to compare Johnson to that, right? With all due respect, but Johnson, yes, he scored goals, right? But let's not do silly things, right? Because it's like I don't know what to say to people, right? And it's not even, just the arrogance that some people have, right? I'm not saying that he comes in and immediately many fan bases are like that, right? Because it's not only us, right? We have a talent with it, right?
I only care about us, Mikhail.
Yeah, of course, right? But to say that he comes to, like, there is no point in bringing a guy like him into the club, right? It's even some stupid thing like experience, right? And leadership and just, the zazz, right? You bring in the player like that into your dressing room, right? And some of those players look at that and they're like, oh, here is a 3 times Champions League winner, right? And the World Cup winner, and this and that, right? And he can teach our players things, right? He can be the leader, he can be the impact player, right? And we somehow have the arrogance to say that we don't need a player like him, right? When we are dying on the wings, right? Yeah. We are completely dying on the wings, Mikhail, and we have the arrogance to reject a player like that, right? Mikhail, we, as a fan base, not a club, right?
Look at what I said earlier. This goes into any player we've got. We will big up every average footballer that we sign. We will find a way to find them brilliant. When other clubs sign proven winners that have got great CVs, we find every reason to knock them. Like, if I said to you right now, look at Aston Villa's January window and look at ours, right? We've got fans that go, nah, I don't rate Asensio, I don't rate Rashford, I don't rate Marlon. You watch if they came to Tottenham. They are Ange players. They are going to be brilliant for Ange. We're so far up our own arses as a fan base.
Yeah.
And for a club that have had 0 success for 17 years, right? Somebody in the chat said, well, if Villa are so big, why don't they get shit for it? Sure. But look at Villa. They're trying. Villa have gone out there and they are trying to build a squad that's big enough for Champions League and Premier League. When Spurs get in the Champions League, what do? We just don't do anything. We've got fans celebrating Tottenham having a plus goal difference and Villa having a minus goal difference whilst they're in the top 8 with 4. They're 4 points off the top 4, by the way. They're 4 points off the top 4. And we got fans that are celebrating. It's absolutely staggering. Our fan base is staggering to me.
I mean, we haven't even got a player who's got more than 10 goals in the Premier League this season. Like, and that's what's even more alarming as well. Like, I know we've scored quite a few number of goals, but I actually just had a look again. Our top Premier League goal scorer is Maddison with 8 goals, 8 Premier League goals, right? And then you've got Solanke and Johnson on 7. I mean, that is quite embarrassing, really, when you've had half a season and you've got not one player's got more than 10 goals, and it's why at the beginning of the season I wasn't really invested, because I just looked at that team and I thought it's a mid-table team at best, is what it is. Like when you buy Solanke for 65 million, well, I mean, what are you really going to expect when you've got other players like Brennan Johnson around him, like serious and a declining Son? It's just quite laughable, to be honest with you. It really is.
We scored 48 in 24 games, Danny, in the league this season.
Yeah, it's a lot of goals scored,
which is 2 a game. So, you know, you've got your years where Kane and then Son will score probably 85% of the goals.
Yeah.
Now you've got a situation where we don't have a Kane or the Son of old, and we've got Maddison on 8, Sonny on 6, Solanke on 6, Johnson on 7.
Solanke's got 7. Solanke's got 7.
He's got 7. Maddison 8. So you've got 8, 7, 6, and 6. So you've got 27 goals. 27 goals across 4 players, and then 21 goals across the rest of the squad. So it's not the end of the world if the only metric is goal scoring.
Yeah, but you have to look at.
You can't say 2 per game is a bad average.
No,
it's the rest of it. It's the rest of it.
Yeah, but it's where we are in the table. The stats don't lie in that respect, and it doesn't matter how many. You could score 100 goals and still be where we are in the table. It wouldn't make a difference, because the fact is that we're not winning football matches. We might be having high scoring games, but we're still not winning. It's like that's what the Ange philosophy, isn't it? Gung ho football.
You know what,
we have these high scoring games and can't win.
Danny, I was having a debate with someone about 3 weeks ago. And it was, who would you rather have in your team? Would you rather have Morgan Rogers from Villa or Brennan Johnson? And the only thing thrown at me was, look how many goals Johnson's got. And I'm like, do you watch Morgan Rogers? Like, are we watching the level of... And again, that's the difference. Look at what they spent on Morgan Rogers at roughly the same time we went and spent 50 million on Brennan Johnson.
10 million? Was it 10 million?
Yeah, 10 million, I think, right?
10 million for Morgan Rogers. I mean, look, look, by the way, this isn't just Aston Villa. There are many clubs. I look at Fulham this season. Look at Fulham. What a wonderfully run little football club. Not being disingenuous, but in terms of size and stadium, and how do these teams get things so right for the size of their club, and we get things so wrong over and over again? It's just, I just don't get it. And if you say these things, it makes you not a Spurs fan, for being honest. But Stell's not been very well, by the way. Stell's not been very well. That's why he's fine. He's just not been very well in terms of being able to stream. He's absolutely fine. But you know, guys, I just feel like this transfer window again has gone exactly the same way as any other. We waited until things got so bad to act in the last 48, 72 hours of a window. And in that period, 3 players have turned us down, which tells you, it tells you that we couldn't have done our homework. It tells you that we couldn't have been planning these players all along. Because
it's a scattergun, isn't it? It's just a scattergun approach. There's no thought behind this. You know, when Paratici was there, he had a list of players for every position. That just seems to have been thrown out the window now.
I agree with you.
This is not a proper football club. People have got to get this into their heads. They look at Villa. You know, I look at Villa. They're a proper football club with owners who are pushing the boundaries in terms of finances. They're really taking a risk. You know, wages to revenue is virtually 100%. They can't afford for anything literally to go wrong. The money that they're spending on transfers, I think they've done better than I thought they would. When Douglas Luiz went, Anana came in. For me, I think Luiz is a better player. But doesn't seem to have made too much difference. Again, Douglas Luiz was probably a player that we should have gone for in the transfer window. You know, definitely.
Especially now,
it would have been such a massive upgrade on what we got in midfield.
Yeah.
Have you noticed though? Have you noticed, Lubo? Sorry, all of you. the only thing I've seen us linked with this window has been centre halves and more wingers. Like I feel like we completely neglect the engine room of our football team. Like we constantly do. So again, if we use the Villa example, Fulham, these clubs, they get that right. If you look at Villa, they've got so many options in that midfield: McGinn, Kamara, Tielemans, Onana, right, Barkley. When you look at our midfield options,
Sav, you've got Archie coming in, mate. You got Archie coming in. Don't worry.
Yeah, but you get my point, right? Like at no point do we turn around and go, you know what? All of these big clubs have look. I hate to say it, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm an Arsenal fan. Whatever, blah blah blah. Look at Arsenal's midfield three today: Declan Rice, Partey, and Odegaard. Now look at that compared to anything we put out. I'm watching Partey today, right? Men v boys, Partey strong, powerful in the tackle, pressing.
He's a top player. He's a top player. He's a top player.
He is a top player. But then I look at our midfielders and we're very Bentancur. I thought Bentancur had a decent game today. Gives the ball away a lot though. Basuma did some brilliant things, then gives the ball away a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like we need some men in centre mid. Do you know what I mean? I've said this before. We need
like a McGinn. Like a McGinn.
Do you know what? McGinn is one of those players. I think you love him if he plays for you.
Yeah. He's a double little bastard, isn't he? I mean, that tackle on Dogi last year.
Right.
When we beat them 4-0. Would you see any of our players do that?
No.
How much would you love in our midfield, Ian? With that leadership, never say die, works rate, scores goals. We don't have that.
Player. Like he's actually a good player. He's better than what we've got at the moment. I'd take him all day long if we could. I mean, we can never get.
Still is our weak area at the moment.
Yeah, we had fans in the summer. I remember we had discussions in the summer about God. I was like, I'd love Locatelli. Locatelli would work for us, and I'm like, what are you watching at Spurs that makes you? Danny, we put down every player we put down until they sign for us, and then we take them from their shit to like they win a Ballon d'Or. Like, it's mental. I've never known anything like it. But guys, it is what it is. Look, the transfer window shuts in exactly one day. 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. now. 11 p.m. tomorrow night. The transfer window shuts. Spurs apparently after a centre half. Apparently we're still looking at a forward. God knows who that's going to be. He's just in one sentence before we end the show. What do we all expect from Tottenham in the transfer window tomorrow? I'll start with you. Danny's already laughing. I'll start with you. Go on, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing more. But what we might get is 2 more players reject us.
So
that would be funny. That would be funny.
It's so embarrassing. Stassi, you can't get a game for love nor money at Chelsea. Yeah, but I'm not going to Tottenham. I'm not going to Tottenham. Tamori, you're from London. You want to come back to London. You fancy playing for Spurs? Nah, you're all right.
I'd love to see Jermaine Defoe come out of retirement to come and give us another couple of months. I think he's doing a better job than what we've got right now. I'm telling you.
I thought you would say you want to see Defoe come out of retirement and reject us.
that would be.
That's what I thought you would say. But
oh my god, could you imagine Jermaine Defoe?
Gosh,
that'd be
gosh. 2 separate points on Disasi, Savva. I've no idea. I don't know what that means. Guys, I should do some super chats. TJ Warren has said Spurs are still muddied. Big up TJ's an Arsenal fan. Spurs are still muddied despite the result. And in for life. That tells you how shit your manager is when other clubs want him to stay. Big up the legendary panel. Danny Kane, Mike, Mikhail, Savva, real one. Smash the likes, people. Big up to you, TJ. Really appreciate that. Coys 87 said, did you guys see Andrew's comment on Spence from Alistair Gold's tweet? He'll be important for us until Destiny gets back. What the hell is wrong with this manager? I completely agree. Again, it's another PR disaster class that tells you. I mean, if I'm Djed Spence reading that Coys 87, I'm thinking, I'm doing better than these players. Terrible. I try not to listen to press conferences. I don't associate with this man at all. He's got no likability. Mari, big up Mari from Tottenham away, has said Lautaro Martinez was also MVP in the Copa America, scoring the winning goal. Yeah, but he's, according to Eugene, Lautaro Martinez just isn't very good. Don't worry about the hundreds of goals in his career. He's just not very good. Love it. Absolutely love it. Big up to you, Mari. Jerome has come in. Big up to you, Jerome. Very generous. Thank you. Said, I don't know what everyone sees in Tell. Average player that can't even make it in this Bayern team. Tomori is the one that is the worst setback, not Tell. Yeah, listen, as I said at the time, Tell for me would have been a body for 4 or 5 months, in my opinion. 60 million, I get it, but I get that that people wouldn't have wanted it. I do agree with you. I think Tomori's a really good centre half. I don't think he gets talked about enough because he doesn't play in England. If Tomori played in England, people would talk about him the way they talk about Guehi. That's facts. People like Lubo don't watch European leagues. Just thought I'd get that little dig in, Lubo. Big up to you, Jerome. Thank you for that. Jerome's come back in again, very, very generous, and said, why would anyone compare Villa to us? The direction they're going in is far better than us because we took a fraud from them. And he's talking about, I think he's talking about Lang, right? Big up to you. And then Jerome's coming again with a final super chat and said, panic buy as always and bring in below average players. We all know this. Do you know what, Jerome? Listen, big up. Thank you very much for that. I just wish that, so why lie? I'm not lying. Everyone saw your tweet. Everyone saw your message that said he's not good enough. I'm pretty sure you all saw that, right? You said, not good enough. That's what you said. I'm not making it up. Look, I just wish that when we try these things like getting Tomori, like where are these type of attempts at the beginning of a transfer window? Like, why weren't we buying in Dan? I know the answer before Lubo goes in. Why weren't we bringing in Danso and trying for Tomori in week 1, day 1 of the transfer window? Why weren't we going for it then? We've played so many games in January. Why were we not doing it then? But hey, it is. Oh, sorry. That gamer guy said, Savva, don't forget we signed 18-year-old Daniel Batty from Man City. Yes, Daniel Batty. Guys, thank you. We've gone for a long time. Mikhail, Danny, Ian, any last thoughts that we've not possibly managed to cover in the last 3.5 hours?
Just wanted to answer Philly, who put just now, we didn't buy Eze because of the money. We didn't even inquire about Eze, Philly. It didn't even get to discussions. So please, nobody came in with a bid and discussed it with Parish. Okay? Parish came out and told everybody it's not in the know. It came from Parish. Spurs were not interested. Ange was not interested in buying Eze in the summer. All right, that's the situation. Can everybody please stop this? Because I keep seeing comments. We should have bought Eze. We didn't do that. They wanted too much up front, etc., etc. Not true.
The worst thing is that what Spurs were doing behind the scenes to try and bring him in, like the months leading up to that summer window, and obviously it was all and was he was kind of in two minds with Eze. And then eventually, obviously, decided didn't want him. But what Spurs were doing in the back end to try and showcase us Tottenham. This is why you should come here and all this kind of stuff. Not just to him and his agent, his family as well. It's just, and it was all on Ange. It was Ange the one that said no, but Ange wanted Brennan Johnson instead. I mean, that's how sad it is that we've got. Ange wants to turn down someone like Eze because he doesn't think he's right for Spurs, but yet he'd want someone like Brennan Johnson to come to Spurs.
Strange, isn't it?
Again, I've heard from many people that this is a load of baloney. That lots of people saying we bid but not enough, or blah blah blah. We wouldn't pay this. I've heard from many people that we didn't actually. What I've heard from people is that Ange doesn't want him.
Yeah.
Which, Danny, if that is true, which we're hearing it is. It blows my mind how when I watch a team with such little creativity, and you look at a player like Eze and you think he would get us off our seats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He would get us. But hey, listen, that's Ange for you. By the way, has anyone seen that kid that signed? Oh God, he signed a Romain Esse, who signed for Palace from Millwall. Any of you seen him play?
Yeah.
No.
Only for Palace, like, because I think he came on against Brentford.
Yeah,
Right?
he did. Yeah, he scored, didn't he? Yeah. Watch him play. Watch him play. Millwall bring through some good footballers, by the way. And look, it is what it is. We know what it's like now being a Spurs fan, but I get really fed up with the fake rumors. I get really, again, as a YouTuber, I probably shouldn't say this, but I get really fed up of seeing these videos every day from YouTubers that have seen someone in Bulgaria said that we're signing this player, and the next thing you know, we've got a full breakdown on why they're perfect for Tottenham and they're definitely signing, and everyone goes, "Oh my God!" And you're like, well, anyway. Albia said you copped some flack, Savva, but I appreciate where you come from, and the facts with are a few fair play. You gave credit today. I'll always give credit when it's due. It's just there's not been a lot this season for me to give credit to. Guys, girls, last thing, Liverpool score prediction. Go, Mikhail.
Heart or head? Both. Heart 2-1, and we scrape it on penalties. I know it makes no result.
Oh, we lose 2-1.
Yeah,
in the
we
game
lose 2-1, but
penalties.
scrape it on
Right,
penalties. Yeah. I know it makes no sense. It's just my heart, right? But head probably like 3-0.
I love that brute honesty. Yeah.
I'd probably go
half
for the
of
same.
your dream tonight is going to be Spurs going to a final. The other half is 3-0 down at Liverpool in 10 minutes, and Spurs players all looking around at each other. Lubo, are you going to give me a heart or head, or just?
What I feel, I think it'll be the same. I remember going 76 League Cup semi-final. We beat Newcastle at home 1-0, went up there and lost 3-1, and went out 3-2. I think it'll be much the same.
Yeah, probably. I was thinking 3-1. I don't think we're going to win that match.
Fan. You lot aren't Spurs fans. You've said something that isn't a Spurs win. Danny, are you going the same?
Yeah, I think we'll lose 3-1. If I'm honest, maybe even more. It could be more. I mean, I'd be surprised if we can get a draw at Anfield. That would be a big thing. To get a draw, we can win 1-1 or something like that. That'd be unbelievable. But I just can't see it.
I agree.
I must say, so can I just say, Jordan asked by the metric of what I was saying about Spurs not being a proper football club. He said, "Why do you keep going?" Well, what I will say, for the 5% chance that we will get something on Thursday, and I'll be on Sav's after-match podcast from the coach or behind the goal. It would be, if it happens, highly unlikely, but if it happens, it's moments like that are just memories. They are just fantastic. And I was following Spurs for 36 years before Levy came, and please God, I'm still alive and healthy to be following them after that chairman's gone. Yeah, he's just passing through. He is passing through. The nightmare will be over at some stage. The nightmare will be over. I do think
people don't understand this, right? That a lot of the kind of hypercritical aspect from people like me and like Danny and like Mikhail and Lubo and Stell and these guys, a lot of the hypercritical is because we've been fans for so long and tell the truth. I feel we've got to get away from this culture of telling the truth makes you fake. I find this narrative so backwards in life. In no other walk of life is it celebrated for just burying your head in the sand and not telling the truth. It's crazy. You can't do it in business. Business owners can't bury their head and go, "Oh, we're losing money every month." Don't worry about it. You at some point you address the issue.
Anybody want to have a drink with me before a game, and I'll sit down. I'll talk to you for 10 minutes about amazing memories, and you'll walk away buzzing. This is
guys. It won't be 10 minutes. Lubo can't do it in 10 minutes. It will be 4 hours. It will be a 4-hour chat. Mikhail, do you want to have the last word of the show?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I actually think that the opposite is fake, right? Being a happy clapper and just burying your head in the sand, this is fake for me, right? Because you don't live in reality, right? Like, I can sit here and say that, oh, we are better than Arsenal and this player is better than that player from Arsenal and all that stuff, right? But the fact is they are not. and we have plenty of evidence to show that it's not the case, right? So I would rather sit here and say it how it is, and actually maybe by some hook or crook, somebody from the club watches this and says, oh, this Michael from Poland guy actually knows his stuff, right? Maybe we should do what he says, right?
Put him on the board.
Maybe, maybe, right?
Michael's moving over to London to go on the board at time.
Listen, Ian, for what they are paid, I can move in like 2 hours, right? In 2 hours, I will be on the airport waiting 7 hours for the flight, right? So
that's right. Mun out, Michael in. Absolutely.
Oh, well, guys, listen, it's been a pleasure. I've really enjoyed it. For all those asking, yes, I'm a glutton for punishment. Tomorrow, I'm doing a transfer deadline day show between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m. We're going for the 7-hour show, which is nothing, by the way, when you're used to doing 24 hours. And listen, it's not just purely Spurs transfers. We'll go through all the transfers. If it was purely Spurs transfers, it could be a really quick show. But there's that. Right, I know we're going to end the show, but there's that little bit inside of me, guys, that thinks Levy time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's that little bit of me that goes, "Can we do a Van der Vaart?" I know, I know, but
also it'll be like, you know, where Alistair Gold puts one of those posts at the beginning of the morning saying, Tottenham are not doing no more business, and that's it. Oh, that was a fun day.
Danny, Tuesday morning, Sky will be reporting a massive drop in viewers. Transfer deadline day. They're all on Football Heritage. Everyone's watching Football Heritage. You might have Michael Bridge on the phone with you.
Yeah, it'll be Michael Bridge standing outside the training ground saying, we've got some breaking news. We've just found out.
Hang on, I've got Savva on the phone.
Business, yeah.
But Danny, do you know what's brilliant about it? Is even if they have a reporter at the ground and they say at the training ground, they say, oh, the training ground's shut. There's no one here. Even if Alistair Gold says Spurs are closed for the day, we all go, hang on, could something happen? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's no one at the offices, and we're all living in hope.
Brian David will be down there. Brian will be there.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I live in hope. I love the days of Harry hanging out his car window at 4 p.m. going, nah, nothing's happening. And then half an hour later, Spurs have signed someone.
Hello, boys.
What's going on? Look, guys, the window, it's come and it's gone very quickly. And Spurs, goalkeeper in. Huh?
2 players, that's it. 3 players.
Yeah, 2 players. Oh, by the way,
Bassey's joined from Man City.
Yeah, I'm not counting that. But by the way, I know I keep saying we're going to end the show. Am I the only one that's got concerns at this? I know he's young. Am I the only one that looking at Kinski thinking he looks really, really ropey? And is that harsh? I'm looking at him going.
He did all right today.
I mean, he did all right today, apart from his control of the ball, parrying the ball. Every time he parries the ball, he parries it in the 6-yard box in front of him.
That I noticed. That the parrying.
I thought I'll tell you something. That curling ball that came in, he took the ball off the Brentford boy's foot. Thought was superb because he saw that at the last minute.
Sure, but what about the first half where he had no one on him, miscontrolled the ball, miskicked it, and then kicked it straight out to Sade? Right? What about all of the shots that come at him? People go, good save.
There's one he did the first round in the second half as well.
Do not parry the ball. You never parry the ball next to you. You don't parry it in front of you. You parry it to the side. Listen, I know he's young.
I don't know why we're not using Austin. He looked quite good.
I agree.
I don't understand that either, Danny. For me, that was a waste of a transfer. Yeah, Austin's done really well when he's come in and played.
I liked him when he's come in. I think he's actually a lot better, if I'm honest. And obviously he's older, but he looks more all-round. His all-round game looks better. Like, he just looks confident.
And by the way, one other thing. I was out for dinner last night with a friend who's a QPR fan who watched the game yesterday. And he said he was only on for a quarter of an hour. He said, but you can see Yang's got something. He said, it was only a short, a short period of time, but he looks,
some of the highlights.
He looks decent, yes. He looked all right.
You need to convert. That's what you need to do.
They should never have lost that game, evidently, QPR.
But by the way, I actually, because I also want to answer this question. I know you want to end, Savva, right?
No, you're right.
Go get some rest, mate, before
Michael, we're on till 4 o'clock when Sam starts the transfer.
Yeah, but I actually have a feeling that we will do some business tomorrow. I don't know why, but I just think there is so much shit going on around the club that Daniel Levy will try to, mask it with a signing, right? He always does this. Like, as you said, it's Daniel Levy time, right? It's the end of the window. And I honestly have a feeling it will be like a name that we didn't expect, right? I'm not saying anything
Who's that AC Milan striker they linked us with? Because they've just gone
Okafor, right?
Yeah, it might even be him because they've signed Santiago Jimenez now, haven't they?
Yeah, like him or someone. I just have a feeling we'll go in for someone because it has been stressed plenty of times in the media that we are apparently looking for an attacker. And I don't know, like I know listening to the media is a false hope, right? But I don't know, it's just my hunch. That's the word, right? That you
hunch.
Go and get Delap or Vlahovic. I'll be very happy.
Delap, they're not going to bring in.
By the way, Santi Jimenez. By the way,
how would you guys actually feel? I would love to see what the reaction is of Spurs fans if we actually get one of those like Alistair Gold news statements in the morning saying, "Yeah, we found out Tottenham are not doing no more business this window."
I think let's be fair, it's an utter failure. I mean, if you look, we've brought in a goalkeeper, and listen, again, he could be brilliant in a few years. He's young, he's raw. I'm not judging. I am judging him, but if the club are going to buy him and put him in, I'm going to judge him. But if the only thing you've done from an outfield perspective is sign one centre back, by the time the window shuts, you have to look and go, how many players are? If any of you follow. Every transfer window, I don't have X. I use my friend's login. He lets me use his login, and all I do, I don't tweet or anything. All I do is look at Plettenberg, Ornstein, and Romano, and I refresh constantly on their pages. If you look at, especially Plettenberg and Romano, if you look at how many of these little loan deals going across from Portugal to here to France to there to Spain, and you're looking at these little players, gems, you're thinking, where are we? Where are we when Santiago Jimenez is moving for 30 million euros?
Yeah.
Right? 30 million euros. The guy's a diamond.
I'm not saying Milan or Tottenham.
No, mate. No, but that's not.
You know what I'm saying? He would have been great for Spurs.
Lou, but that's not the point. My point is, it's not him. I'm using him as an example. My point is, there are players all over Europe, if you look at Plettenberg and Romanos, that are moved. Ryan Cherky's moving. This player's moving. This bloke from Marseille's moving. And you're looking at our forward options and our centre mid options. And I'm going, why are we nowhere to be seen in any of these deals? Why? All of our deals are obvious ones, if that makes sense. Like it was Spurs need a centre back. There's no research done on an unknown player. For those who watch European football, we all know Kevin Danso. We all know Tomori, right? Where's the Spurs have gone and plucked so-and-so from Rail Vallecano? Like, we don't seem to have scouts in these countries looking at these gems that will be 10 million euros. We don't do it. And then what we do is we get to this scattergun approach in the last 4 days that makes everyone go, we tried. Well, but you've tried too late. This is why would anyone sit there and go, you know what, we're going to do nothing all window until you get to the last 4 days. Like, I get it. If something gets thrown out the last 4 days, like an agent rings up and goes, by the way, my guy wants to move, any interest? And you go, hang on, we hadn't thought about him, but hang on. But not when you're actively in the market and you've got injuries and you need a bigger squad. We should have been the biggest movers in this window.
Yeah.
16th or 14th now in the Premier League. Won one game in 11 before today. One game in 8 before today. One game in 11 before today. We should have been moving in that market from week 1. We bought a goalkeeper. And then we waited until 1 day before the window shuts to get in Kevin Danso. It's it's criminal, and this will get people going. Yeah, but Levy tried. Levy, Lang, and all of them, man. This should have been sorted. This is where it's very, very poor.
Especially Savva, right? Yeah. Because like we can like debate whether we can attract players when AC Milan is involved or Juventus is involved, right? Or whether we can attract a player from those clubs to come to us, right? But I don't understand why we aren't in for players from like top 5 or 6 leagues in Europe, from clubs like, I don't know, Mainz or I don't know, like Feyenoord or like Benfica or something like that, right? Where we can actually financially bully some of those clubs, right? We can actually rock up and take their best player for 25 million and they will have to accept the offer because they don't have the money, right? Like, look at some La Liga clubs, right? I don't watch La Liga, right? But I think you do watch La Liga stuff, right? You can tell me, like, there definitely has to be a player in, like, Girona or Osasuna or Villarreal or something like that, right?
Mallorca.
Where we could,
that's right, one of those.
Yeah, Mallorca. Like, we can go there and probably just flex our financial muscle, buy a player for 20 million, right? Which is nothing for us. Let's be honest about it, right? That we can just go there and buy a gem, right? It's just about finding them, right? Because, like, I understand that we can't buy, I don't know, Douglas Luiz from Juventus, right? Because Douglas Luiz looks at us and he's like, like, why should I move to you guys where I have offers from Chelsea, City, and this club, right? And that club, or even Santi Jimenez, who you mentioned, right? Like, he has an offer from AC Milan, right? And AC Milan is a much bigger historic club than us, right? So I understand that we cannot compete with them, although I think we could actually compete with AC Milan in terms of money, right? And they are 8th in the league, so it's not like they are, fighting for the title. But you get my point, right? I watch a bit of Bundesliga, right? And there are a couple of strikers and wingers in the Bundesliga. Yeah, Baena, right? Although he would probably be a lot of money, right? But I watch a bit of Bundesliga, right? And I know that there is like a striker in Mainz, right, called Burkhardt. I think I butchered his surname, right? He plays for Mainz. He has something like 15 goals this season in Bundesliga, right? He's like the, I think, 3rd or 4th highest goal scorer in Bundesliga, right? He's 23. Like, how much would he cost? 30 million, 35 million? You are telling me we can't rock up to Mainz and tell them, like, we want your player. Again, like, the player can not agree to a move, right? Because the guy is German, right? Maybe he wants to stay in Germany and play for Borussia or Bayern, right? Fair enough. If he rejects us, okay, right? But we can at least try. We can at least do something, right? We can at least search for those types of deals where, we could actually like be the stronger side in the negotiation, right? Whereas we are trying to negotiate with like AC Milan for Tomori, right? And Tomori is looking at us, it's like, why would I go there, right? I would rather sit on the bench in Milan than play for Tottenham, who are 15th in the league, right? That's how I look at it, right?
I completely agree with you. If you look like right now, for example, so Romano's just announced that Petar Sucic to Inter. Here we go. Agreement reached tonight with Dynamo Zagreb for the Croatian midfielder. Now, I'm not going to 14 million euros. I'm not going to pretend I know who that is. Where's our scouts finding players like that? Like back in the day when we went and got Modric. Where's our scouts doing that? Because if Inter Milan are looking at him, he's not a mug, right? If Inter Milan look at him, and by the way, Romano has said this, that Tottenham have apparently called Aston Villa to be informed on the situation of Leon Bailey. And again, listen, I don't mind Leon Bailey, but that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? If they upgrade on Leon Bailey and then we get...
But I also read a report from Team Talk saying that Man United held talks this morning for Leon Bailey, apparently, as well. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Apparently, it was actually Florian Plettenberg who said that Man United held talks with Villa again about a potential move for Bailey on Sunday morning. So
is that 5 consecutive home defeats now in the league for United today? I mean, look at the teams they're losing to.
Yeah, I know. But it wouldn't surprise. And they're also saying that not sure that Tell's going to happen because Man United, I don't think want a permanent deal for him.
I've got this feeling. I've got this little sneaky feeling that Arsenal will nip in and take that tomorrow because Arsenal haven't done anything, have they?
Yeah, they haven't done anything.
I've got this, I don't know why, sneaky feeling. And let's be fair, of all the clubs that have gone in for Tell, they're the most attractive, aren't they? Second in the Premier League, Champions League. They're, I hate to say it, but they are. He'd start.
I'll tell you what. I mean, it's not going to happen, but I would take Leon Bailey because I think he's better than what we've got as a right winger.
Of course, he'll do that magical thing of running with the ball.
Yeah,
he'll run with the ball at his man. But But by the way, I just think, as I said, I look at all of these signings that go on across Europe, and I get it. I get why players would go to bigger clubs than us. But when somebody's mocked me for talking about Santiago Jimenez, I use the word diamond. I mean, I just meant like a rough diamond. Like, he's got 60 goals in his last 90 appearances. Now, we can talk about, it's only Eredivisie, and sure, but he's scoring goals in the Champions League. Like, surely you go to a guy like that and go, imagine we had that theory, right? When people have that theory, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have, someone in my chat, it might have been Alex, who said, oh yeah, but he's doing it in the Eredivisie and it's terrible. Imagine we had done that with every player that's come from the Eredivisie into the Premier League in the last 30 years. Imagine we'd done that with Luis Suarez. Oh yeah, but he's only doing it in the Eredivisie. Ruud van Nistelrooy.
They're your main two, aren't they? They're your main two.
Suarez is another one that we missed out on.
Are your best two.
Even the dirt counts. Even I'm not saying prolific, but look at these players. Look at the players that have come from the Netherlands, done really well, and
we got Janssen.
And we're going, but he's only scoring goals in that league. Well, what do we mean? What do you do then if we don't want players that are young and up and coming and scoring goals in other leagues?
He was another one that should have joined us, that could have joined us, but the negotiations got messed up. Luis Suarez, another one.
Yeah.
Did you read what Ange said after they asked him about deadline day deals after the match? Did you hear what he said? Did you see the quotes?
No, go on.
He said, I think the club is still looking for opportunities. They've been working hard, and we don't want to bring just anyone in. Sometimes that takes longer, which is frustrating for everybody. But I'm really pleased we got Kevin in, and if we can find another one, that would be great. And then he said, I've been busy the last couple of hours, mate. I'll check my phone when I get back into the dressing room. When they asked him about the Diaz.
And the guy said to him, when let me know, give me a call. And Ange said, I will, yeah.
But do you know what? Yeah, do you know what the funny thing is?
Angel Gomez. I think he's okay. I think he's actually quite a good midfielder. And by the way, Jonathan David from Lille too. But I think he will have like a huge competition in the summer. I don't think he moves now.
They're both in the last 6. They're both in the I mean, Lille are in the
last 6 months.
Champions League.
Well, that is what you call a Daniel Levy opportunity.
That's Levy time, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why
our fans will go, he went and got Gomez. Yeah, because he's free.
Yeah,
he's free.
Well, yeah, because we can actually put in
when there's a deal. That's right. Look at Dele Alli, 5 million. Levy moved like lightning. Modric, 15 million. All the scouts were saying, get this guy. He's going to play in the Euros next month. He's going to be absolutely brilliant. His transfer fee will rocket after the Euros. And he did. He moved very quickly. He bought him, I think, £16 million. If there's a deal, if someone is there at the wrong price, I say wrong price, he moves.
Did you say Jonathan David's contract's up in the summer?
Yeah.
So that is I mean, I don't know why we're not going for someone like him. He's better than what we've got striker. And it's a Daniel Levy type of deal. I'll always remember that game. I remember it so vividly.
Ruined us.
Ripped us apart.
I remember, but it was in the old White Hart Lane.
Old White Hart Lane. Yeah.
I was like, Who is
guy?
that?
Yeah.
Who is that guy?
Yeah.
Salah ripped us a
And
new
so
one.
Jose had
Unbelievable.
him and De Bruyne at Chelsea.
Yeah, but you know what? The difference is Jose still won everything without them, right? Like,
But I'm just saying, managers miss players. It happens with all of them.
Yeah, but we miss every player.
We do.
we miss every player.
Interesting. By the way, someone's just put up about Victor Osimhen. The front line that took us apart in Istanbul in November. Icardi's out for the season, and see Ziyech left. He's gone to Saudi, I think.
Yeah.
So the only one from that forward line that's left is Osimhen.
But by the way, it will be interesting if Osimhen moves too, right? Because plenty of clubs are interested in this window. I just don't think.
Isn't he on loan?
Yeah, he's on loan.
Yeah,
from
he's on loan. Yeah, by the way, Galata tried to make the deal permanent, but Napoli refused.
Yeah, of course, because he's gonna go to a big club in the summer.
Yeah.
He'll probably go to like Chelsea or United or someone like that.
I think he ends up at Chelsea, and
I think so.
Gyökeres moves.
Chelsea probably. Gyökeres will go back with that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, whoever gets Gyökeres has got a top player there. He's a really good footballer.
See him play during the week in the Champions League.
You what? Sorry.
Do you see Gyökeres during the week? Because I do watch European football. I watch the Champions League and the Europa after match.
Who did they play?
For an hour and a half. He was superb, just superb.
They played.
I think they got beaten. They got beaten Sporting, but
No, they drew. They drew, but I can't remember.
Was it 2-2?
1-0, I think.
Gyökeres.
Who did they play?
I watched the last 2 weeks, and I saw one of them. He was just superb.
Yeah, it wasn't the Champions League game because he missed it through. He's been out injured, but he is superb, Lubo. Whenever I've watched him, he looks a proper handful. Look, guys, we've gone on an hour since I said, you know what, let's call this a day. Look, as I said to you boys earlier, anyone's welcome anytime between the 4 and 11. If anyone wants to come on and have a chat, I'm not sure if Tottenham away are going live. I know that they're. I don't know what's going on, but look, guys, thanks so much. It's been a great football show. And what I like is I always try to have some conversations that aren't purely Tottenham. I do like to have some football conversation in there as well. Yeah, look, we'll see what tomorrow comes up with, no doubt. If we end the window, as I said, with Danso and Kinski, it's a really and when you add that to the transfer window we had in the summer and then last January, it starts piling up being a really shit free window.
Worse and worse.
It is, but we'll listen. I don't. By the way, I like Danso. I do. My problem isn't Danso. My problem is Ange going to get the best out of Danso? Look, guys, thank you very much.
They did buy a couple of decent players in the summer. Remember, they did get a couple.
Who?
Everyone forgets. Everyone says, "God, the summer was so shit." But Graham Bergvall were bought in the summer.
But Graham Bergvall.
We didn't buy enough.
But Graham Bergvall are only playing because of injuries. Let's call it for what it is. I know you don't like to hear that. They're only playing because of injuries.
I put the stop to this conversation.
Yes, I mean,
we will sit here for another hour.
Excuse me.
I need to go back.
Dude, that's what West Ham do, Michael.
That's also what Lewandowski does. So you know, I am
West Ham on here, mate.
I'll tell you what, just quickly before we go, Evan Ferguson to West Ham is an interesting because it's obviously I think isn't Potter the manager that gave Ferguson so that's an interesting dynamic, and West Ham have not been as. I was speaking to some West Ham mates yesterday. They said the difference in organisation since Potter's gone there. You can already see what's happening. So from the outside in, you might not think it from results, but we can already see we're more organised. They're saying. Anyway, let's not get there, guys. Take care. I'm not going to say Ange out today. I think he did well today. Levy out. Enoch out, Lubo out, Archie Gray out, Mikey Moore, no joke. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh God, I'm live at 10 a.m. Am I going to go live at 10? I'm not going to go live at 10. I'm not going to go live at 10. I'll do the one at 4 o'clock. Take care, everyone.
Forget
Much
Sky.
love.
Forget Sky tomorrow. This is the channel. Remember,
Football Heritage TV.